Good afternoon, evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free Tea. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the Iran war situation and ceasefire updates. And sorry, sorry a little late getting on the air. Some technical stuff I had to fix here, and maybe we'll get on earlier tomorrow. But we're here now. And I appreciate you being here for the stream. Thank you so much to our moderators. Beth, Mythical, and Ruth are moderating right now. I really appreciate it. And Robert's May Queen over there on YouTube. Thanks also to our Twitch moderators. We have Matthew Kohai 3 and I Got That Fire are there. And we have... Give me a moment. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over on X, and Kay Larry Body moderating on Facebook right now. Thanks, Kay. I also want to say, and Andrea Holder, thank you. Want to say a quick thank you, by the way, to Scott Bedwell. Thanks, Scott, for your support. The Real Robert James, thank you. Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you so much for your support from the Netherlands. Thorn Ravenstar, good to see you, Thorn. Thanks so much to Thorn Ravenstar and Kerry Poteet as well. Thank you, Kerry Poteet. And also, wow, Louis R., that's incredibly generous of you. Wow, that is so nice of Louis R., who is always supporting the channel anyway. But that is incredibly generous of Louis R. Thank you, Louis. And thanks for shouting out our mods, Louis R. Also, Chip Whitley, our member, and Dudley Baggies 68, our new member. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get caught up here. A bunch of stuff to catch up on. The ceasefire is still ongoing. But at the same time, there are reports of hostilities going on. We're going to talk about that. Saudi Arabia, this is a big story. Saudi Arabia said that their oil infrastructure had been attacked and has been significantly damaged. I feel like that whole story is being very underplayed. Oh, I just saw something here. Hold on. Where is this? couple things. Oh, here, look. This is from 15 minutes ago. Let me show you this. Look at this announcement from Iranian state media. Very interesting post from Iranian state media I just saw from like 15 minutes ago. Here is the post right here. Roy Case spotted it first. He is an Israeli reporter. And I checked it out and I was like, wow. So as you know, the White House said yesterday that negotiations between Iran and the U.S. are going to start on Saturday in Pakistan, in Islamabad, Pakistan. Well, look at what Iran is saying now on Iranian state media. Fars News. An informed source denied the news of the Iranian negotiating team's arrival in Islamabad in an interview with Fars. The source told Fars that according to Iran's official announcement to its Pakistani friends, Iran has no plans to attend peace talks in Islamabad with the American side until a ceasefire is established in Lebanon. Again, Iranian state media is saying Iran has no plans to attend peace talks in Islamabad with the American side until a ceasefire is established in Lebanon. The Wall Street Journal had reported a few minutes ago that an Iranian delegation had arrived in Islamabad to begin negotiations with Washington, but they say that's false. Oopsie. Uh-oh. Hold on. One moment. Disaster. There we go. So, this was posted about 20 minutes ago. This was posted 20 minutes ago. Now, remember, Iran and Pakistan, the mediating country, said that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. Israel and the U.S. said it wasn't. On the first day after the ceasefire, Israel proceeded to conduct its biggest attack on Lebanon, on Hezbollah in Lebanon, of the entire war. Although it's of the entire, after the day, like a couple days after the war started, Hezbollah started firing rockets at Israel, and Israel, started a whole military operation against Hezbollah. So, but basically, since the war began, the part of the war that has Israel going after Hezbollah, Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon, yesterday, Israel carried out over 100 strikes in 10 minutes, many of them in civilian areas. Israel said this. They said that they were going after targets in civilian areas because Hezbollah had moved to those places. But anyways, many people, I believe over 100 people reported killed, many airstrikes yesterday. And Israel and the U.S. said that the ceasefire does not apply to Lebanon. Well, now we have a report in Iranian state media saying Iran's not showing up to the peace talks on Saturday if there's no ceasefire. Hang on a moment here. Oopsie. What happened here? Oh no. I have the Google logo. That's a mistake. It's a mistake. Hang on. There we go. There it is. Wow. So, are these talks going to happen Saturday? Pakistan time now, by the way, is Friday at 3 a.m. It is Friday at 3 a.m., 3:01 a.m. Pakistan time. So, it is already Friday Pakistan time, 3:01 a.m. So, unless there is a ceasefire that's declared to apply to Lebanon, which I assume would mean Israel would have to say, we're not attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon during the ceasefire. Unless Israel's willing to say that, it sounds like no peace talks. Give me a moment here. Iran saying they're not even going to show up. They're not even going to show up. So we'll have to see. I mean, you never know. This report could be false, but it is in Iranian state media. Marcus says they've already arrived in Islamabad. Marcus, our viewer, I don't know what to tell you. Marcus, you say they've arrived. I'm literally showing you an article from state media that says they have not arrived. So Marcus, if you have a problem with the report, maybe you should reach out directly to Iranian state media. What more can I say? It literally says they're denying the recent report that they've shown up. So again, if you have an issue with that, you're going to have to take it up with Iranian state media. What can I do? They're literally denying the recent report. Now, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'll tell you this, though. Even if someone happens to be there and got off a plane, they can go home. Hey, just a quick reminder, I'll say this once, because I'm seeing it. If you can't be respectful in the chat, we're going to time you out or ban you, okay? So it's up to you. I know when we get a lot of viewers, this happens, but if you can't be respectful in the chat, we're going to time you out for a long period of time or just ban you. So it's up to you. Chat needs to be respectful. Okay, so again, Iran is saying nobody's negotiating, no one's showing up to the negotiations if there's no ceasefire. I mean, they're saying a source told them that, but this is Iranian state media. So And regardless if somebody got off a plane today in Pakistan, that's really irrelevant. It's really not important. The important part of this report is the part that says Iran has no plans to attend the talks. So it really doesn't matter if someone is physically in Pakistan right now. The important part of that report is that Iran has no plans to attend the talks with the American side until a ceasefire is established in Lebanon. Yes, according to the White House, the talks are supposed to start tomorrow. So, will there even be talks? Will there even be talks? I don't know. Now, just to be clear, just to be clear, you know, Iran state media is saying this now. Maybe tomorrow they'll say something else. I don't know. But I think it needs to be taken seriously when they say this. By the way, the IDF, Israel is still conducting strikes in Lebanon. Manny Fabian reports that the Israeli Air Force struck some 10 Hezbollah rocket launchers in Lebanon in the past few hours, the military says. So Israel is still carrying out strikes in Lebanon. That hasn't stopped. Yeah, so just to be clear, someone said you said not to trust Iranian state media. So here's the thing. You need to distinguish the kind of things they're saying. When I say I take everything, when I talk about taking what Iranian state media says with a grain of salt, they post about all kinds of things. So for example, when they make extravagant claims about how great their military is doing, right? And all of the US planes they're shooting down and the American soldiers are supposedly killing. Well, there's no evidence for that. And you can understand that they would have a reason to exaggerate that kind of thing. So when I see that stuff, I'm really skeptical. Something like this is different because I don't see the big benefit they get about lying about this stuff. You know, so my point is that you need to distinguish. Yes, I am skeptical about a lot of things Iranian state media says, but I mean, at a certain point, if you want information about their diplomacy, I certainly think this could be a legitimate, accurate assessment of where they're at. I don't see the big thing they have to gain from lying about this. So again, there's distinctions between the type of things they talk about. Similarly, if you see Iranian media say, hey, there's an explosion in Tehran, well, I'm going to tend to believe that because I don't know what when they say that kind of thing, it's not like you can say, oh, what's the big benefit they have about lying about that? So certain things they say are more trustworthy to me inherently than others. What if they just don't show up? We'll see if we hear anything more about this. But keep an eye on this. I'll see if other state media starts posting stuff like this. Speaking of which, I'll check and see. There's something else from Fars I wanted to show you as well. Oh, not just Iranian state media is also claiming that they haven't launched any missiles at countries, even though other countries have reported being attacked. So that's interesting. This is a report. I've seen this in two different Iranian state media platforms. Maybe it's three. Hold on. I'll show you that in a second. Wait 1 second. Yes, Iranian Revolutionary Guard has posted a message. Oh, Tasnim has the same report. Tasnim News, which is state media, exact same report as Fars did. Exact same. Same report. The arrival of the Iranian negotiating team in Islamabad, Pakistan is a lie. An informed source told Tasnim news agency the news from some media outlets that an Iranian negotiating team has arrived in Islamabad, Pakistan to negotiate with the Americans is completely false. As long as America does not fulfill its commitment to the ceasefire in Lebanon and the Israeli regime continues its attacks, negotiations will be suspended. So it's not the exact same, it's a different quote. So this is a similar report in another Iranian state media outlet. How about that? How about that? So we now have two different Iranian state media outlets saying no negotiations are going to happen. Oops, I see an alert of some sort. Is that a rocket alert? Hold on, I'll check. They say no negotiations are going to happen unless Lebanon is included in the ceasefire. Oh, is this a missile alert? What is this? Hey, what is this? A rocket alert? We got alerts in Tel Aviv. Hold on, let me get the Tel Aviv camera up. I got to get the Tel Aviv camera up. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Tel Aviv camera. Is there audio? Sirens. Sirens in Tel Aviv. Sirens in Tel Aviv right now. Sirens in Tel Aviv. Sirens in Tel Aviv. Manny Fabian reports this is a Hezbollah missile attack from Lebanon. This is not from Iran. According to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, this is a Hezbollah missile attack from Lebanon. N12 News reports that residents report hearing explosions in central Israel. I'm going to turn the volume down. Residents report hearing explosions in central Israel. Again, apparently this is a missile attack from Lebanon. N12 News Almog Boker, Israeli reporter, says that a missile fell in an open area in central Israel. There's not much time. I mean, unlike Iran, Hezbollah, Lebanon is right across the border. So there's not much time when you hear the alert if it's coming from Lebanon. Hold on. So let me get this back up here. I'm hearing some noise on one of the... We have 2 Beirut cams and a Tel Aviv. Wow. Again, Almog Boker says... Yes, N12 News is reporting at least one missile fell in an open area in Israel. That is from Lebanon, not from Iran. Presumably from the Iran-supported group Hezbollah. Now, that's not going to make a ceasefire happen anytime soon, any sooner. But remember, Iranian state media is now saying if there's no ceasefire in Lebanon, Iran is not showing up to the talks that start Saturday. Just to show you here again, what am I hearing? What is going on there? Which one of the audio tracks is crazy. I'm going to keep the other one up. There's Israel. See, here's Israel and here's Iran. But Lebanon is right next to Israel. So there's much less time. When the missiles get fired from Iran, you get several minutes of warning. There's not a lot of time between warning and the missiles arriving or rockets arriving from Lebanon. Stepmother says you can tell it's from Iran because there was no pre-alert. By the way, thanks so much to Janet B., one of our moderators, for your support, Janet B. That's so kind of you. Actually, I don't think Janet is moderating right now. But thank you, Janet, anyway. Either way, thank you. She has moderated for us before. Thank you, Janet. That's really nice of you. And correct me if I'm wrong, though. Thank you also, JFK's Ghost and Michael Hutchinson. So Michael Hutchinson mentioned Al Jazeera said Israel to hold ceasefire talk with Lebanon. So I saw reporting today that claimed that Israel was going to talk to Lebanon. But here's the thing. The Lebanese government is not Hezbollah. And I don't know that the Lebanese government can make Hezbollah do anything. Or, shut down Hezbollah. Hezbollah is an Iranian-supported group in Lebanon. So what I didn't see today is Israel is talking to Hezbollah. I've seen some reports claiming Israel's going to talk to Lebanese government. But I mean, wasn't there something where the Lebanese government a month ago or so, like said they outlawed Hezbollah or something? So my understanding is no matter what kind of negotiation Israel has with the Lebanese government, that's not gonna shut down Hezbollah. So I see that Netanyahu announced negotiations with Lebanon today. Axios reports, though, an Israeli official told Axios that Israel would not observe a ceasefire in Lebanon. Axios also reports that President Trump and Steve Witkoff Axios reports that Steve Witkoff asked Netanyahu to calm down the strikes in Lebanon and open negotiations. But again, Lebanon government does not control Hezbollah. Here, let me show you something else. Here's an article from the Washington Post. Israel to open direct talks with Lebanon, but not halt attacks on Hezbollah, which is a group in Lebanon. While insisting that Israel's attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon would continue, Prime Minister Netanyahu said today he had authorized direct talks with Lebanon focused on disarming Hezbollah and the formation of peaceful relations between Israel and Lebanon. Israel and Lebanon have not held direct talks with a goal of normalizing relations since U.S.-mediated talks in 1983, which led to an agreement that quickly collapsed. Netanyahu's announcement came as he otherwise appeared to ignore international calls to respect President Trump's two-week truce agreement with Iran and to extend the pause in fighting to Lebanon. Israel today continued its bombing campaign against Hezbollah after unleashing some of its heaviest attacks on Beirut yesterday. Those strikes yesterday drew a wave of international condemnation. On Thursday morning, Netanyahu himself posted on social media saying, "We continue to strike Hezbollah with force, precision, and determination. Our message is clear. Whoever acts against Israeli citizens will be struck. We will continue to strike Hezbollah wherever required until we restore full security to the residents of the north." By the way, the New York Times says Hezbollah has long resisted disarmament. Walker Nell mentioned something that was reported by CBS News today, where CBS News claimed that initially Trump had supported the ceasefire applying to Lebanon. That's what CBS News said. Yeah, CBS News claimed that President Trump had been told the ceasefire would apply to Lebanon, and he agreed. And then CBS News says the U.S. position shifted following a phone call between Trump and Netanyahu. I have no idea if that's true. Okay, so again, Iranian state media is saying that Iran is not going to show up for the negotiations with the U.S. as long as there's no ceasefire in Lebanon and Israel keeps attacking Hezbollah. Okay? So we'll see what happens, but that's what Iranian state media is posting in the last hour. A quick thanks, by the way, to Janet B. I will check my messages. Janet B. Thank you so much, Janet B. Chuck Chastain, our member. Thank you. Thanks for being a member. Michael Hutchinson. Thanks for your support, Michael. Thank you, JFK's Ghost. Thank you, JFK's Ghost. Thank you, 5 Damit. Thank you, 5 Damit. All right. JFK's Ghost. Let's keep things respectful in the chat. Okay? Okay, JFK's Ghost? A lot of people being disrespectful today. I don't know if people are having a bad day or something, but we got to keep things respectful in the chat. Thank you, Goxbirds. I appreciate it, Goxbirds. Thank you. Patricia Grace as well. Thank you. Mathlete. We're going to talk about some of the Gulf countries soon, Mathlete. We will talk about them soon. Thank you, Duchess Terra Rays Arnor. Thank you. What a blanking weirdo. Thank you. Although you really should change your screen name. I would prefer greatly that you change your screen name, or at least put an asterisk in there or something, because it's a bit, I think you know. Thank you, Teacher4062. Thank you, Fletch7111. Thank you, Martinez Vids. Thank you, Dildozer. Who thinks there's a power struggle going on in Iran. I think that's what Dildozer thinks. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, McKinder, our member. Squatchy, our member. I Hear Crickets. Kina8442, our member for the membership. Mark P85, our member. John Turpin for the membership. Sorry, I got behind on thanking people. John Turpin for the memberships. Thank you, John. Manish Fatola. Actually, I think it's Manish Fatolahi. Thanks for being a member. And also TE88 PFCR. Thank you for your support. TE88 for all your support. TE88 PFCR. Really kind of you. Thank you. And Earrings and Frozen Ghost for the memberships. Thank you. And by the way, Tech Slug, thank you. And Rupert Lionheart on Twitch. Much appreciated. All right, let me check some things here. New post by President Trump on Truth Social. New post on Truth Social by President Trump. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you right now. Truth Social. Hang on, I didn't do this correctly. Here it is, President Trump on Truth Social. Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. President Donald J. Trump, 3 minutes ago. Again, Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. By the way, something else President Trump said today, kind of similar. This was about an hour ago. President Trump said, there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not, and if they are, they better stop now. So again, an hour ago, President Trump says, there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. And he just posted, Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. Remember, Trump said the ceasefire was based on a complete opening of the Strait of Hormuz. That is not happening. The first day of the ceasefire, 4 ships went through. I got to check and see how many have gone through today. There's reporting that Iran has said they're only going to let a maximum of 12 or 15 go through during the ceasefire. Reporting also that Iran is charging ships to go through during the ceasefire. But yeah, clearly they have not opened up the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, last night, Iran Revolutionary Guard Navy issued a map and telling ships where they needed to go in the Strait of Hormuz, the route they need to follow, so they could avoid getting hit by mines. Evelyn claimed that 8 ships passed through the strait today. I'll have to look it up. We can check on marine traffic too, but I'll have to look it up. Anyways, there is the latest post from President Trump. So what's going to happen? Are we going to have day after day of Iran not opening the Strait of Hormuz and President Trump getting angrier? Is the ceasefire going to collapse? What is going to happen? Our viewer, was it Rick, who says, way too much confusion in this conflict. I want to show you something else that President Trump today, which was quite interesting. So a number of I would call them prominent right-wing media personalities have expressed some criticism of the war. And President Trump attacked a number of very prominent right-wing media personalities today. I don't know if you saw this. This was about, I mean, look at how long this is. This is about 2 hours ago. So let's just look at this for a second. President Trump, Jim McConey says this was completely wild. Here's what President Trump had to say about 2 hours ago. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been all fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, Trump says, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. Oops, hold on a second. There's more, but wait, there's more. There's more to this. Let's continue. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers, just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs, and after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. That was about 2 hours ago from President Trump. So, at least for today, seems to be a bit of a rift between President Trump and prominent right-wing media personalities like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, and also he mentioned Marjorie Trader Brown. Instead of Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's Marjorie Trader Brown. All right, so that was his post today. His post. We'll have to see where all that goes. I'll let you know. He's posting a bunch today, so who knows? He might post more. But in case you missed it, 12 minutes ago he said, Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. Oh, one more post he made about an hour ago, I want to mention. This is also about, hold on. This is also a post about the war. We didn't look at this one yet, about an hour ago. Trump said, the Wall Street Journal, one of the worst and most inaccurate editorial boards in the world, stated that I declared premature victory in Iran. Actually, it is a victory, and there's nothing premature about it. Because of me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and very quickly, you'll see oil start flowing, with or without the help of Iran. And to me, it makes no difference either way. The Wall Street Journal will, as usual, live to eat their words. They are always quick to criticize, but never to admit when they're wrong, which is most of the time. From President Donald J. Trump. So he says, very quickly you'll see oil start flowing with or without the help of Iran. We didn't even talk about what happened with the First Lady today. We should mention that. I don't want to linger on it, but Melania Trump made a surprise statement today. Oops, hold on a moment. Now also, thrown into these posts today was one other one I might as well mention. President Trump said about an hour ago, President Donald J. Trump and Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum are proud to be fixing the once beautiful reflecting pool between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. We were told it was going to take years to do this job, and it will take a fraction of that time at a fraction of the cost, and it will be much more beautiful than the day it was built. It will be much more beautiful than the day it was built, says President Trump. Okay, so we got to keep an eye on his True Social because he's Anne Marie Hordern, she is with Bloomberg Surveillance. She reports that 7 vessels left the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz today. And she said all of them have either called at Iranian ports or were carrying Iranian cargo. We're going to look at marine traffic in a sec for ourselves. The Wall Street Journal says 8 ships crossed the strait. So that's according to the Wall Street Journal. They say only 8 ships crossed the Strait of Hormuz. And similar to the Bloomberg report, Wall Street Journal says only ships carrying Iranian cargoes were allowed. And no tankers, no tankers. The Wall Street Journal says today, 8 ships, only dry bulk and container ships moving cargo to Iran. Is it tankers? It says, well, I don't know. It says 8 dry bulk and container ships moving cargo. But then it says 4 Chinese tankers with Saudi and Iraqi crude set sail for the strait today. 4 stopped at the entrance of the Gulf, and 1 turned its transponder off. It couldn't be determined whether they were negotiating passage. Okay. Anyways, just to be clear, the Wall Street Journal is reporting 8 ships today passed through the Strait of Hormuz. And they were all moving cargo to Iran. Yes, usually around 130 daily. So yesterday it was 4 ships. And I believe it was 2 Iranian, well, Iran said that it was 2 Iranian and 1 Chinese ship, and it was 3 ships. I've seen some reports that it was 4 ships, but no oil tankers yesterday. And then today it's 8 ships carrying Iranian cargo. That's it. So it is not open. Hey, now remember also, yesterday Iran said the strait was closed because of the Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. I mean, it's not closed because some ships went through today. Let's check. I want to check marine traffic. By the way, a quick thank you to earnings Q8R. Sorry, I need a second here. I need a moment. I mean, President Trump clearly is quite upset that the strait isn't open. So how long does this go on for? President Trump is upset that the strait isn't open. He's posted twice about it in the last hour or two. And also, we have Iran at the current moment saying on state media, they're not showing up for the negotiations until there's a ceasefire in Lebanon and Israel starts attacking Hezbollah, which there's no sign that Israel's going to do. So if they really don't show up for negotiations that are supposed to start on Saturday, and on Saturday the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, essentially closed, I mean, what's going to happen then? Is this going to just go on for 2 weeks? Or at a certain point, is President Trump just going to say, that's it, I've had enough? Our viewer, Omslaw, says, enough playing games, just time to get this war over. Melania Trump made a statement about how she wasn't associated with Epstein. I have to go back and look at the specifics, but we'll talk about that shortly. Thank you, by the way, from Poland, Paweł Pablo. Thank you, Paweł Pablo. I appreciate it. Also, TE88. Yeah, TE88, we talked about that story last night. There was, I don't want to spend too much time on it right now because we discussed it last night, but there was a person, a woman who was charged with leaking military secrets about her, was it about her Delta Force unit, to someone who was writing, I believe, an article and book. And the book talked about sexual harassment in the military. I don't want to spend too much time on this. If I can give you a really quick summary here. U.S. Army veteran charged with leaking classified information to journalist. This is a Reuters summary. Courtney Williams of Wagram, North Carolina. She worked in a special military unit at the U.S. Army base in Fort Bragg and held a top-secret, sensitive, compartmented information security clearance. Prosecutors allege she communicated by phone and text message with a journalist who was seeking information for an article and a book about the unit. The author mentioned here, while court filings did not mention the reporter, journalist Seth Harp wrote a book published last year called The Fort Bragg Cartel, Drug Trafficking and Murder in the Special Forces, and in an accompanying article that named Williams as a source and attributed specific statements to her. Harp said, the journalist said, after the indictment, that Williams was a courageous whistleblower who exposed rampant gender discrimination and sexual harassment in the U.S. Army's Delta Force. Anyways, I don't know a lot of background on this whole thing, but I don't want to get into it because it's not really on the topic of the war. So you can read more about it, but that's some of the very basics about it. But I would encourage you to go read some articles about it if you want more. Thank you, TE88PFCR. I really appreciate it. I have not done much research on that case. Thank you, Berenico from Hong Kong. Thank you also, a Tone. Tone thinks Iran and Russia will never comply. They are too proud. Thank you, Goxbirds, who says, 0 lies detected, W, Mr. President. Are you talking about his post about the right-wing influencers and media personalities? Thank you, Inhalation Aerosol, and Jet Girl, and Frosty Dog, and Raul D, who says, W, Trump crash out. Thank you also, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, Trump means like when a teacher says you do your math poorly, you do it, but not well enough. Iran lets oil through, but maybe not enough. Thank you, Ryan DT. Thank you, Gamliel Eliyahu. Gamliel thinks Trump was right about a civilization coming to an end. He was wrong about which civilization, though? That's what Gamliel said. Thank you, Thomas P0419, for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Thanks for all the memberships, Thomas P. Also, I want to shout out our moderators. You guys are awesome. We have moderating right now Beth Mythical, and she is over there on YouTube. Thank you, Beth Mythical. Also on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder. We have Paul Anderson modding. Thank you. Thank you, Michael Fergal, for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Michael. Thanks, Dolly Clark, for subscribing over on Facebook. Aaron Van S, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Robert Rial II as well. Thanks to our Twitch moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3. Also, appreciate it. Thanks on Twitch to Glueman and Jimiconius and Cece and Monster Chaotic and Rupert Lionheart for your support. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. I do want to look at marine traffic. We need to do that, but let me just make sure there's not something else urgent happening. I want to do a poll too. We should do a poll too. We got a lot of stuff to do. But before we do anything, just making sure that I'm not missing anything breaking. Oh, this was very interesting. In Iranian state media, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards claim that they haven't fired missiles at during the ceasefire. Now, other countries have claimed Iran has attacked them during the ceasefire. Kuwait, I believe, Saudi Arabia, for example. Let me show you what they posted. The Revolutionary Guard. Here it is. IRGC. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran have not launched any missiles at any country during the ceasefire period. Over the past few hours, various news agencies have published reports about drone and missile attacks on facilities at some countries on the southern shores of the Persian Gulf. It is hereby informed that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran have not launched any missiles at any country during the ceasefire hours up to this time. It sounds like they're denying the drones, too. If these reports, published by the media, are true, it is undoubtedly the work of the Zionist enemy or America. If the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran hit any target, they will boldly announce it in an official statement, and any action that is not in the settlements, in the statements made by the Islamic Republic of Iran has nothing to do with us. So they completely deny that they have attacked any other country, any of these Gulf countries, with missiles and drones during the ceasefire. So there you go. We're going to talk about some of these attacks alleged by other countries like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia shortly. Saudi Arabia said they had had some very significant damage to energy structures, energy infrastructure, which we need to talk about. Maximilian Veers says it was Iran, our viewer. Kids coach thinks Iran will show up Saturday. That's a good poll. Will Iran actually show up on Saturday? That's a great poll. We're going to ask that one. Dizzle Dog says must have been one of those civilian missiles. Trump Steingate says, I don't believe Iran, and I thought we didn't negotiate with terrorists. How can $1 trillion a year military not lock this down? Who is running this? Twilight thinks we can't believe anything from either side. Both lie, both deceive, both kill. All right, so that's from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. All right, let's do a poll. It's time for a poll. It's time for a poll. The poll is, so remember, Iran announced an hour or two ago, they said that they are not showing up on Saturday to the negotiations if there's no ceasefire that includes Lebanon. They said there needs to be a ceasefire that includes Lebanon. Israel has to stop attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. So my question is, will Iran show up? Thanks to the viewer for suggesting this question. Will Iran show up to negotiations Saturday? It is a yes or no question. And let me just post it on Facebook as well. And we're going to see what you guys have to say about this question. The poll is active. All right, before we do that, we need to take a look at something. We need to take a look at this. You thinking about Iran and negotiations. You are thinking about it, and then you will vote. Okay, now, let's see. I'm going to see what you guys said. 31% say yes, 69% say no on YouTube. Now it's 32-68. Most of you think no. Most of you think no. Now, Facebook right now is 85% no. On Facebook, 85% no. How about Twitch? Wow, people are pessimistic. Twitch is 65% no. So you guys generally do not think Iran is going to show up. What happens if Iran doesn't show up? What happens then? Althea Thune says we're being realistic. Umien says, I think they will show up, but it will go badly. Our viewer, one of our viewers says, war continues. Um, CBS News' Jennifer Jacobs is reporting, by the way, that White House aides got an email last month telling them not to place bets on prediction markets. She says press reports had raised concerns about government officials using non-public info to place wagers on Kalshi and Polymarket, the email said, which came from the White House Management Office. The warning reminded staff it's a criminal offense and is prohibited by government ethics regulations. That's from Jennifer Jacobs. One viewer says, ma boom if they don't show up. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. So again, it's the same, 68% on Twitch and YouTube. Both say no, that Iran is not going to show up. On Facebook, it was 72% no. Now, I think we should look at marine traffic for the past day. Let's look at marine traffic. Although I do need to keep checking if there are any major updates. Okay, we're going to look at marine traffic right now. Marine traffic is the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. We're going to see what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, the strait, it's not just up here. It's like through here and here. It's between the Gulf of Oman, I believe, and the Persian Gulf. So in here is the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I'm not seeing much in there right now, but what we'll do, why don't we do the thing where we, if I zoom in here, I don't know, when ships are leaving, a lot of times we see them around here because they've gone through, but I don't even see anything around here going out. There's this one, but that's not going out. Pass track. Yeah, that actually is going in the other direction, going in. So let's look at the last day and see what happened there. One moment here. We need to do play. We want the last day. Custom. This is going to be the last 24 hours. Here is the last 24 hours. I'm going to speed it up a bit. Here's the last 24 hours. Now, reportedly, 8 ships went through in 24 hours. Now, by the way, I don't know how you divide up that 24 hours. This one, Dina Ocean, looks like, and Lucia looks like they might have gone through. What I'll do real quick, let me just really quick open up another window here. Dina Ocean is a carrier under the flag of Panama. And if we look at the past track it took, so what we know about Dina Ocean is it was up here, and then it went through here. That's what I know for now. So I don't know if that maybe it had come from inside the Gulf. I'm not sure. Anyways, I guess in a sense it went through the strait in the past day. But let's just forward. I'm forwarding now. So this is the last 24 hours. This is about 2 hours in. So you see there's this. See this says MSG. That's heading for. Normally the boats leaving have been going behind Larak Island. So MSG is heading there, MAB5. There's one called the Bayan, which looks like it just went through. So now we're at about a quarter of the day past. See, it says MSG, and then one says Tor 2 going through there. OFOGHPOL looks like it maybe went through. But normally on a given day, you get a 130 or so going both ways through the strait. And clearly that's not happening now. So we're about a third of the way through the day. Looks like Sara might have gone through too. See, it says Sara there. Sometimes when they get close enough to Larak Island, they disappear off the radar for a bit. Okay, we're about halfway through the past day on our run through. So you can see a few ships, reportedly 8 ships went through. And, you can see a few ships going back and forth, not a huge number. This is sped up, obviously, so at this point, I think we're about 60% through the past day. And then at this point, there's not that much activity, as you can see. I don't know if they go through, so around this time, this is about 16 UTC. Does it slow down at night? I don't know, because this is 16 UTC. This would be about 10:47. No, this would be about noon Eastern time, which would be about... Am I getting this right? About 7:30 p.m. or so, or 8 p.m. or something like that. So I don't know if it slows down at night or not. But I mean, at this point, this is just a few hours ago now. Now we're at about 4 or 5 hours ago. This is now we're getting into the last 4 hours or so, and you're not seeing that much activity. And now we're just maybe about 2 or 3 hours ago on the run through of the last 24 hours. Very little happening there. And now we're in about the last, I'd say, hour or so. And as you know, very little going on. There you go. So that was the last 24 hours. You saw it. I didn't count every single one, but it certainly looked as if the reports that said 8 went through seemed like they could be accurate. Oh, what it looked like before the war? Yeah, I probably could do that. Just to reiterate, the Wall Street Journal said that 8 ships went through today, the Strait. They were all ships moving cargo to Iran. They said 8 dry bulk and container ships moving cargo to Iran. That's what it was. And Bloomberg said it was 7 ships, all of which have either called at Iranian ports or were carrying Iranian cargo. So let's go back, actually. What we'll do is, let's go to play. So before the war, let's go to calendar. Can we go back? Oh, it's possible. Let's see. Hold on. April 2026. Can I not go back on, I'm not on like the crazy plan. I'm on a paid plan, but not the crazy plan. It's not really crazy, just a much more expensive one. Not that this one is cheap, but it's possible that I'm not allowed to go back any further than like a week. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't let me go back. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Maybe it does. It says history limited to 7 days. So I think, given my plan, I'm not allowed to go back farther. That's what it looks like. So, but anyways, clearly not 130 ships. And just to refresh what it looks like right now, here's right now. Oops, that's right now, but it's too small. That is right now. Right now. Not much going through there right now. Very little. No, we don't need I'm fine with it. This plan is fine. We don't have to do the other one is way more expensive, and I don't know that we'd really use it more than we'd use this plan. So I'm fine paying for this plan. This one's okay. We're good, but thank you. But you can go to marinetraffic.com if you want to check this out for yourself. No, Brittany Yates, the internet is not back on according to NetBlocks. The internet's still off. It's been off the whole war. All right, hold on. Donna Simmons, our viewer, thinks Iran will not go to negotiations until Trump gets Israel to stop blasting wherever they feel like. She says, how many people in Hezbollah are left? I don't know how big Hezbollah is right now. I just don't know. I'd have to look it up. I mean, it's possible that, yes, Israel has killed a number of people in Hezbollah, but they might have new recruits, you know? The Hungary election is on Sunday. We'll probably do some coverage of it. I mean, the Hungary election, but we may just be covering the war and we'll mention it during that coverage. I don't know that we're going to stop the war coverage for it, but maybe we'll do double coverage. We'll certainly talk about it. I'm seeing an estimate that currently I'm not going to do a big research project on it, but the Hezbollah leader declared in 2021 that the group had 100,000 fighters. So, I don't know how many now, but I saw another estimate on between 40 and 50,000. I don't know. That's my very quick, not good answer to your question. But it's a couple numbers I saw. The Artemis splashdown, yeah, I mean, we'll probably show that. That is going to be on Friday. Oh, it's tomorrow. I didn't even realize it was tomorrow. I thought it was later than that. Yeah, we'll have to have that on. We'll probably do double coverage for that. Friday around 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll have to check that out. That's not, no, today is Thursday, so it's tomorrow. All right, hold on a moment here. Someone had asked about oil prices. I'm looking here and I am seeing. Oh, I should mention something. So, first of all, oil right now, WTI is about 98, Brent about 96 or so. 24 hours ago, WTI, U.S. oil was like 97. It hasn't been a huge change. It's gone up and down a bit. It was at 102, and then it was at 96 today, but around 98. Brent crude today, yeah, similar. It started out about 96, 97. It went up to about 99, went down to about 95, and now it's about 96 and a half or so. Something to mention is that, remember, Friday, tomorrow, markets close at 4 p.m. stock market closes, and then I think it's 5 p.m. the oil market closes. So, President Trump has done things on weekends like taken military activity or threatened to do things, issued big threats on weekends. Could we see some big threat from Trump this weekend after the market closes? Bad Toastery says the Friday threat. Our viewer Laura Nolan says major protests in Ireland over the oil. Reuters said that there were protests on Thursday, or it said Wednesday. Protesters were calling for government to lower cost of fuel across Ireland Wednesday. They done it. I don't know if they did it today. They did it on Tuesday as well. The Irish government welcomed a 2-week ceasefire in the Iran conflict and expected it to lead in a fall in prices soon. Politico says the Irish government deployed the army today to remove trucks and tractors blocking key ports used for importing fuel and critical chemicals into the country. There have been protests in the country by haulers, truckers, and farmers angry over the surging price of motor fuel. Something to keep an eye on. Thank you, Laura Nolan, for mentioning it. Thanks, by the way, to Mark Grenfell for being a member. Brittany Yates, thanks for your support. John Turpin, thanks for your support. John says Oman borders the strait. They should force it open. Thank you, Michael Craig, who says, have they already shown up for negotiations? No, we talked about that. Iran denied reports their team had showed up in Pakistan. But regardless of whether they're there or not, Iran denied it. But even if there are people there in Pakistan, that doesn't mean they have to show up for negotiations. That's two different things. So they are saying that they're not showing up. They're denying they even got there, but they're saying they're not going to show up for negotiations unless there's a ceasefire with Lebanon. Thanks, Michael Craig. Thanks also, Mackinder. Thanks to Jonathan Galanti. Jonathan thinks Trump thinks he alone can fix everything. Thank you, Jack Apan, our member. Thank you again, John Turpin, for your support. Thank you, Jane Jones, for being a member. We need to look at, we should look at the Melania Trump statement because it was important news today. But it's a little bit of an aside, but it's important, so I'm fine looking at it. Let's see here. Just want to keep an eye out for updates. You never know what's going to happen. We haven't also talked about Saudi Arabia. Let's just, you know what, just to get it out of the way, because it'll be hanging over us if we don't talk about it. Let's show the Melania thing. Can I pull this up on the screen here? All right, maybe I'll put it up right here. This is there. Okay, hold on. This was a statement that Melania Trump made today that was not anticipated. It was like a surprise statement from the reporting. Okay, so it's not long, but I want to play this. This is earlier today. The First Lady, earlier today. And let's just check it out. I haven't even seen the whole thing myself. That's too big. We don't need it to be all big. We can just play it smaller. So there she is, right there. What if we do this? Here is a statement from the First Lady that she made. Again, it came out of nowhere, it seemed like. Here's what she said.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Now, it's not clear why she spoke today. Reuters, for example, says Melania did not say why she chose to speak out on Tuesday, as the Epstein saga had largely receded from the headlines amid the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. But Mark Beckman, her senior advisor, told Reuters in a statement, First Lady Melania Trump spoke out now because enough is enough. The lies must stop. I have no idea. There's some speculation that, is there some article that's going to come out about her or something? I have no idea. Again, also, I wanted to mention this as well, that Jacqueline Alemany reported, she said, hold on, I'll tell you what she said. Jacqueline Alemany with MS Now and the Washington Post, she said that she talked to President Trump today, had a quick call with him, and President Trump said he didn't know anything about the First Lady's statement prior to her on-camera appearance. And he also said he was in a meeting about the war and couldn't speak further. He also said she didn't know him before hanging up, referring to Epstein. Perfect, our viewer, one of our viewers, Perfect Leo said, I think something big is going to be coming out involving her. Raiderette says something has definitely shifted here. Fat Cow says trying to get attention away from the war. By the way, she was talking about an email. She mentioned an email to Ghislaine Maxwell. She said she was not, she described an email reply she sent to Ghislaine Maxwell as casual correspondence. And AP points out, among the documents released by the Justice Department was a brief email from 2002 with the sender and recipient blacked out. It begins, Dear G, and ends, Love Melania, and compliments the recipient on a magazine article about J.E. I know you are very busy flying all over the world, it says. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you are back in NY. But again, Melania Trump said today that my polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. Jessie Fenn thinks she is obviously sick of the lies about her. So anyways, you know, I don't have a lot to add about that, but I wanted to just discuss it because it did happen today. I did see that also. I saw a report from CNN's Kristen Holmes reported that some White House officials were stunned by the timing of the First Lady's remarks, which sparked rumors she was trying to get out ahead of something. I don't know if there is something she's trying to get out ahead of. The Mad Kiwi says, it's all a bit weird. I think there may be something about to come out that she is getting ahead of. Anyways, let's move on from that, but I did want to mention it. But we can move on from that now and go back to Middle East. Oh, we should talk about Saudi Arabia. That's a very important story. Hey, thank you to Chris D for your support. Thanks, Chris D. Also, Captain Canada. Thanks for the membership. Thanks to our member, Cheryl Bogey. Thanks to B. Earhart, our member. Thank you, Comet's Mom. Yeah, we talked about that earlier and last night, Comet's Mom, that Iran came out with a new map showing where it wanted ships to go when going through the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you so much. It's on my X account. That reminds me I should link my X account to the chat. I forgot to do that. I will link it in the chat on YouTube, and maybe our mods over on Facebook and Twitch can pin it in the chat as well. That would be great. Hold on a second here. I am pinning it. I am seeing a drone alert in northern Israel. Remember, Israel has been attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon after the ceasefire. They say the ceasefire does not apply to Lebanon. And we have seen Hezbollah, well, like an hour or two ago, there was apparently a missile launched by Hezbollah into Israel. Maybe we're seeing Hezbollah drone launches. Okay, let's talk about, we need to talk about Saudi Arabia. That's a big story. I'll let you know what I hear about the drone alert, if anything. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's look at this statement, guys. So we talked yesterday about, I said there's a story that's not, it should be getting more attention, and it's not, that Saudi Arabia reported yesterday that after the ceasefire began, the important east-west pipeline in Saudi Arabia that allows it to ship oil out of the Red Sea instead of out of the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz, they reported that their east-west pipeline had gotten attacked by a drone. Well, they didn't officially report it, but many outlets like Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, Reuters, and others all reported that, in Financial Times, they reported that the Saudi Arabia east-west pipeline had been attacked. Very important pipeline. But it was very unclear what exactly had happened. There was no official statement from Saudi Arabia about it. So it was like, wow, what's going on here? As a reminder, Saudi Arabia cannot ship its oil out through the Persian Gulf because that would have to go to the Strait of Hormuz. But they are using the Red Sea, and they have an east-west pipeline that I believe sends the oil to Yanbu, and from where it is drilled in the east. And so they're able to export, I believe, 5 million. I think the pipeline carries 7 million barrels a day. And 5 million of barrels a day of that they export through the Red Sea. So it would be a huge deal if that pipeline stopped working or was significantly damaged. All right. Now, we actually did get today an official statement from Saudi Arabia. I have it right in front of me. This is it. This is the Saudi Arabia Ministry of Energy. Look at this. Oh, don't look at that. That's the graphic. Operations have been halted at a number of energy facilities in Saudi Arabia as a result of recent attacks. What? So look at this. Seems like an important story. Here's what they said. April 9th, today. An official source at the Saudi Ministry of Energy stated that vital energy facilities in Saudi Arabia have been subjected to multiple attacks recently, including oil and gas production, transportation and refining facilities, petrochemical facilities, and the electricity sector in Riyadh, the Eastern Province, and Yanbu Industrial City. These attacks have resulted in the death of one citizen from the industrial security staff of the Saudi Energy Company, may God have mercy on him, and the injury of 7 other citizens from the Saudi Energy Company's staff. They also resulted in the disruption of a number of operational processes in key facilities within the Saudi energy system. These attacks included one of the pumping stations on the vital east-west pipeline, resulting in the loss of approximately 700,000 barrels per day of pumping volume. through the pipeline, which is the Saudi main route for supplying global markets during this period. Remember, the pipeline is carrying about 7 million barrels a day. So they have lost 10% of that capacity. Remember also, I believe the effective total deficit in supply to the world from the Strait of Hormuz closure is around 11 million barrels a day when you add up all the compensation and everything. That's the shortfall compared to what is being sent out to the world before the war. So, I mean, 700,000 barrels is a lot of oil that they can no longer pump, at least for now, to the port to export it. All right, so that's one. Okay. Also, the Manifa production plant was also targeted, which led to a decrease in its production by about 300,000 barrels per day of its production capacity. While the Khurais plant had previously been targeted, which led to a decrease in its production by 300,000 barrels per day of its production capacity, which led to a total decrease in the kingdom's production capacity by 600,000 barrels per day. That's the Manifa production plant. Is that like a drilling plant? They're production facilities. There's a Manifa oil field. It's an oil field. So it looks to me like the Manifa and Khurais facilities are facilities where they actually get the oil out of the ground. They're are they oil fields? Well, they're production. All I can say is they're production facilities. Oh, Reuters said the Manifa oil field was hit. So again, just to continue without getting into the specifics so much. So 700,000 barrels a day were knocked off of the pumping volume of the East-West pipeline. 2 production facilities were hit, attacked. So that cuts off 600,000 barrels per day. Also, the attacks, presumably done by Iran, extended to major refining facilities, including Satorp's facilities in Jubail, the Ras Tanura Refinery, the Samref Refinery in Yanbu, and the Riyadh Refinery, directly impacting exports of refined products to global markets. So products that they make at these places, I guess. Processing facilities in Juaima were also targeted by fires, affecting exports of liquefied petroleum gas and natural gas liquids. The continuation of these attacks leads to a shortage in supplies and slows down the pace of their recovery, which is reflected in the security of supplies for the beneficiary countries and continues to increasing the severity of fluctuations in oil markets. This has been reflected negatively on the global economy, especially with the depletion of a large part of the global operational and reserve emergency stocks, which has affected the availability of reserves and limited the ability to respond to this shortage in supplies. So this seems pretty serious. This seems pretty serious. Now, I don't know if all of the damage they describe here is from after the ceasefire. But, I mean, I know that the report said that the East-West pipeline was attacked after the ceasefire. And they say recently, that these attacks happened recently. My mind says pretty serious. So, again, they didn't specify who launched the attacks, But you have to assume it's Iranian attacks. I don't know who else it would be. And if that pipeline gets attacked further and that capacity goes down further, again, bigger deal. So I think that this story is being underreported. I think it's quite important. And also, I mean, if they've attacked, what's to stop them from attacking more? Right? Clearly, a bunch of their attacks are being successful, Iran. No, I haven't mentioned Kuwait yet, but this just came out today from Saudi Arabia. Israel, Haruna Q thinks Israel attacked Saudi Arabia? Give me a moment here. You can see Reuters says Saudi Arabia says attacks cut oil output in east-west pipeline flow. That picture is a picture from March 2nd when Saudi Aramco's Ras Tanura oil refinery was struck by an Iranian drone. Yes, so Reuters also says what we just heard. Attacks on Saudi energy facilities have cut the kingdom's oil production capacity by about 600,000 barrels per day and throughput on its east-west pipeline by about 700,000 barrels a day. The ministry did not specify who launched the attacks, but Saudi Arabia has intercepted many Iranian missiles and drones in recent weeks. The latest attacks, including previous strikes on some facilities, also disrupted operations at key oil, gas, refining, petrochemical, and electricity sites in Riyadh. Saudi Arabia had not previously provided details about the impact to oil field production, refineries, and pipeline flow. Kepler analyst Matt Smith told Reuters, the east-west pipeline in Saudi Arabia is diverting so much of the Saudi crude that's not able to leave via the Strait of Hormuz. Any pullback on volume in that pipeline is going to add to the tight situation. This is not great news for markets, he said. Also, they said that two of their production facilities, as we talked about, had been hit, reducing their production capacity by about 600,000 barrels a day. It was unclear how long those production facilities would be offline. Reuters says the strikes on key oil fields, pipeline infrastructure, and refining hubs underscore the risks to global energy supplies as conflict spreads across the region. Saudi Arabia, the world's top oil exporter, plays a central role in global crude markets, and a prolonged disruption to Saudi production, refining system, or export routes could tighten supplies and add to price volatility. And I just, our viewer John Q. Public mentioned something which I also just saw about a refinery fire in Mexico. A fire at, well, is it a refinery? Let me just make sure here. I want to see. This is at a warehouse at a refinery in Mexico. There's a fire. No injuries, says Melania. I don't know. Let's see. It's a fire in a warehouse of coke, the material coke, at a refinery. I don't know that that's going to affect the refinery's production capacity for any significant amount of time. BMX Kane says it's a material you used in the manufacturing of materials. I'll post a link in the chat to a video from that fire. And then the article I'm looking at said that what caused it, the strong rains, resulted in disgorging of oil. Is it oily waters toward outside the refinery, which caused stagnation and ignition of liquid in the exterior of. All right. Sounds like they're saying something involving rain. I'm going to look it up. was trying to do it with native, was trying to translate it myself, but let me quickly look something up here. Oopsie. It says that strong rains resulted in oily waters overflowing outside the refinery, due to which there was a stagnation and afterwards ignition of liquid in the exterior of the perimeter fence. Is that what it says? According to Melania. Trying to figure this out here. Oh, no. So, I'm sorry. What Melania was saying is that there was another fire in March that left 5 people dead. And in that fire, heavy rains caused oily water to overflow, resulting in pooling and subsequent ignition of the liquid outside the facility's perimeter fence. But that was in March at the same facility. I don't know what caused the one today. It's a coke warehouse at Dos Bocas Refinery warehouse in Tabasco. Mexico. Anyways, I'm not aware that this fire in the refinery in Mexico will result in a significant restriction on Mexican oil production, put it that way. But if I hear anything more, I'll let you know. Yes, as Res QMRC says, the pipeline in Saudi Arabia uses pumping stations to move the oil to Yanbu port on the Red Sea. We haven't talked about Kuwait yet. Didn't Kuwait say that they had been attacked today? Isn't that what happened? Yes. Well, 5 hours ago, Kuwait said that the air defenses there were dealing with hostile attacks from drones that penetrated the country's airspace, targeting a number of vital facilities, which sounds like Iran was attacking them today. Iran claims it has not fired at anybody during the ceasefire. President Trump just posted a video, and it's about somebody getting killed. He says an illegal alien criminal from Haiti beat an innocent woman to death with a hammer at a gas station in Florida, and he posted a video of it. I don't know that I want to watch that. One of our viewers said, "Chilbo, for the faint of heart, do not click on the video Trump posted." I don't think I really want to watch that. Maybe some of you have watched it. Jetlike says it was disturbing. I'm obviously not going to show that on the air. That I cannot do. You can go to his Truth Social if you want. I'm obviously sorry for the person who got killed. Sounds terrible. Some of our viewers are saying, do not watch it. Somebody said, I watched it, it was bad. Lisa said, I read the post, but I didn't watch the video. Yeah, I think I'm not going to watch that one. We are here bringing you, Drew Turner says, I just watched it. Yes, bad. We are bringing you live coverage here of the ceasefire, updates from the Middle East. As I mentioned, as we talked about, President Trump has posted today he is unhappy with the way that, with the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is not open. Meanwhile, Iran has said that they're not showing up for, two different Iranian state media outlets reported that Iran is not going to be showing up at negotiations unless there is a ceasefire with Lebanon and Israel, and Israel stops attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. In case you missed it, here's what President Trump had to say. If I can avoid showing, I don't want to show the video. Earlier, about an hour or two ago, President Trump said Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. And also, about an hour before that, he said, there are reports Iran is charging fees to tankers going through this Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. Thank you, by the way, X Love and Glory. She says that the video he posted was incredibly graphic. She says something he probably should have posted a censored version of. Yeah, I think I'm not going to watch it. Thanks also Lady Butterfly for being a member, Twilight 800 for being a member, Eric Lives for being a member, Avishek Ghost for being a member. MCTVCH said it's the worst thing I've seen in a while. Miki, Iranian state media includes, there's a number of well-known publications who post on their online on their social media. Tasneem is one, Mer News is one, Fars News is one, also IRIB is one. ISNA, I believe, is believed to have ties to the government. So there are these pretty well, Press TV, these are all well-known news outlets in Iran that are all tied. Some of them, like I think Fars is tied more to the Revolutionary Guard. There are some differences, but these are well-known state media outlets. I am just checking for updates here. What is going to happen this weekend? Again, I'm thinking about how tomorrow, Friday, after the markets close, we've seen so much happen on weekends. Could something else happen on the weekend? Space Turkey says, I'm sure there's something crazy planned. Contractor IC Jones says that video has been out for weeks. I had not seen it, so. Art My Way says you can't unsee things, and if you don't want part of it in your memory, if you don't want it to be part of your memory, it is okay. Juicy J, thank you, mentioned that the Houthi leader, according to Al Jazeera, the Houthi leader said missile and drone attacks coordinated with the Axis of Resistance could intensify if U.S.-Israeli attacks continue. He said that Yemen had blocked U.S. and he said Yemen blocked U.S. and Israeli use of the Red Sea for hostile military action against Iran. Remember, Yemen has not yet attacked shipping, or the Houthis in Yemen have not yet attacked shipping in the Red Sea during this war. That would be a huge deal if they did. Laura Nolan, our viewer from Ireland, says in Ireland they are blocking up motorways, ports, and fuel depots. It's been going on since Tuesday, and it looks set to continue further. She says it has the possibility of turning nasty. She says the price of fuel and home heating oil has become completely unaffordable. I wonder if I have any video from that. It's possible I do. It's possible I do. Let's see. Not from today. Day before? No, I don't. I'll be on the lookout for it if I get any of it. And something else I'm going to look for. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. One moment, please. One moment, please. And where is... Okay, I'm seeing this, and let's do all this. Give me one more moment here. I'm just pulling up a couple things here. Bear with me. Bear with me one moment. Thank you. Where did this go? There it is. One moment here. Oh, I want to talk about the Vatican for a second. Some people were mentioning this yesterday. Okay, so let's mention that. The Pentagon denied a report that the Vatican's U.S. envoy was summoned in January for a bitter dressing down over remarks by Pope Leo that were seen as criticizing the Trump administration's use of military force. This is from AFP. According to the Free Press, which shares common ownership with CBS News, Cardinal Christophe Pierre was given a bitter lecture by U.S. Undersecretary of Defense for Policy Elbridge Colby. Colby reportedly told the Vatican representative that the United States has the military power to do whatever it wants and that the church had better take its side. In a speech in January, Pope Leo, the first American pontiff, denounced what he called diplomacy based on force, and in his Easter blessing, he urged those who have the power to unleash wars to choose peace. The Pentagon and the U.S. ambassador to the Holy See denied the Free Press's account of the January meeting between Colby and Pierre. The Pentagon posted about this. They posted about this. I didn't see this. Where is it here? Is it under DOW Rapid Response? I don't see it there. I can't find the post. According to AFP, the Pentagon said on X, recent reporting of that meeting is highly exaggerated and distorted. The meeting between the Pentagon and Vatican officials was a respectful and reasonable discussion. Okay. And then regarding the, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Israel and Lebanon will hold talks in Washington next week, a State Department official said today. But remember, that's Israel and the Lebanese government, not Israel and Hezbollah. Israel has been attacking Hezbollah, which is an Iranian-supported group in Lebanon. And it's not clear that the Lebanese government could disarm Hezbollah themselves. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu today ordered his ministers to seek direct talks with Lebanon, pushing for Iran-backed Hezbollah's disarmament. But a Lebanese government official told AFP that Beirut required a truce before any negotiations started. So again, I don't know this whole thing with the Vatican and the White House. It's unclear if that actually happened as reported. By the way, Reuters says Pope Leo praises Iran war ceasefire after criticizing Trump threat. Pope Leo Wednesday praised the ceasefire, hours after calling President Trump's threat against the population of Iran unacceptable. The Pope, who has emerged as an outspoken critic of the war in recent weeks, said he welcomed the announcement of the ceasefire with satisfaction and urged continued negotiation to bring a full end to the regional conflict. Leo, who is known for choosing his words carefully, has been ramping up his criticism of the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, says Reuters. After Trump threatened Iran on Tuesday that a whole civilization will die tonight if the country did not meet U.S. demands for a truce, Leo told journalists the threat was truly unacceptable. It is rare for the Pope, who leads 1.4 billion Catholics around the world, to respond directly to a world leader. Our viewer sees the days, thinks the Pope is very left, as was the last Pope. Krog Krugsy says Trump says mean things to his enemies. Get over it. Wyatt Entertainments thinks Trump's plan is to buy time to prepare the ground invasion. Mist thinks that what's going on now is market-related hold-off. To repeat, Bloomberg reports 7 ships went to the Strait of Hormuz today. Wall Street Journal says 8 ships. Normally it would be around like 130. Wall Street Journal says all of the ships, only ships carrying Iranian cargoes were allowed through. And Bloomberg said that all of the ships that were allowed through today either had called at Iranian ports or were carrying Iranian cargo. R. Walt says buying time for a ground invasion. Hey, excuse me, thanks to Stephen Briones and I Am Charlie and JAH. Thank you. Shout out to our mods as well. We have modding right now. Ruth is modding. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate it. We have on Twitch moderating Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, LB Prairie Dawn. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Speaking of Twitch, a quick thanks to CJB the Dispatcher for subscribing. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And thank you to K. Larry Body, Paul Anderson, moderating over there on Facebook. Thanks also to Diane Allworth, Juliana Martin, Dolly Clark for subscribing, Evelyn Berry Speedell. Big thanks, Robert Rial II. And shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street and Shaggy Alperer, Miss Math. Miss Math thinks there's no telling what Trump might do in the next few days. Excuse me. Thank you to CJB, the Dispatcher, for subscribing, Grant 74p. Trump's Pool Guy, Stumpy Stump, LV3166. Sleeping Kisa, thanks for being a subscriber on Twitch. And Matthew Kohai 3, Gina Pina. Thank you to all of our subscribers over there. Yes. Select your name here. Says Artemis lands around 8 p.m. Eastern Friday. I am planning on doing double coverage. We'll probably be doing tomorrow night double war and Artemis coverage. No, I'm going to have to eat in a little bit. I did not eat. We came on a little later today than I would have liked to, but it just worked out that way. 3:58 Iran time. Daniel Lombard, our viewer, says the Pope needs to sit this one out. He's from Chicago. He is used to violence. Michelle Lauzon thinks Iran has all the cards. That's what Michelle said. Our viewer, PW360, said, I have a feeling Trump is going to do just what he said he was going to do before they had the ceasefire. Our viewer, Black Irish, thinks the greatest obstacle to the ceasefire is Israel. And he thinks, our viewer, that Netanyahu is not interested in a ceasefire. Black Irish, our viewer, thinks Netanyahu's goals are to occupy the southern third of Lebanon and destroy as many targets as possible inside of remaining, while also removing all of the enriched uranium from Iran. And he needs the United States military to accomplish the latter, thinks our viewer, Black Irish. Thanks for writing in. Oh, our viewer had mentioned this. Bobby. He reminded me of something I saw about Kuwait. I wanted to check about that. Bobby wrote in. Where was that? Where did I see this? Right here. So this is another report from Kuwait today. Kuwait said, a Kuwait National Guard spokesperson said one site of the Kuwait National Guard has been attacked by hostile drones, causing significant material damage. Again, presumably that's Iranian drones. Iran claims it hasn't fired drones or missiles at anyone, but countries like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia are reporting attacks today and yesterday. A little update on President Trump's schedule, by the way. President Trump tomorrow, I just saw his schedule. Tomorrow, he's going to be at the White House during the day. And then at night, he is going to Charlottesville, Virginia to a MAGA Inc. meeting and a MAGA Inc. roundtable dinner. Okay, that's tomorrow night. And MAGA Inc. is a super PAC that supports President Trump. Then on Saturday, Trump is going to be at the White House in the morning, but then he's going to Miami, and Trump is going to attend UFC 327. UFC on Miami on Saturday night? That's Saturday night. And then on Sunday, he is going to be in Miami, but then he's going to eventually go back to DC. Now, who knows? There could be things that come up and his schedule changes depending on things that happen. But I just wanted to mention the schedule. Thanks, Chris Porter. Chris says, what has China said about the war? You know, I haven't really been paying attention and looking at Chinese comments on the war. I can try to find some, but that's not something I'm really familiar with. There was some reporting claiming that China was helping push for a ceasefire, but I don't know if that's true. But in terms of what they've publicly said, that I don't, off the top of my head, know. I can check a couple things. Here is by the way, thanks also to I Am Charlie for the memberships. I Am Charlie gave 5 people memberships. It's really nice of you. Thank you. What happened here? Oh, I see what's going on. Hold on. So I have something from March 3rd. On March 3rd, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said it's unacceptable for U.S. and Israel to launch attacks against Iran in the process of the ongoing Iran-U.S. negotiations. They said it was unacceptable to kill the leader of a sovereign country. They said those actions violated international law and basic norms of international relations. They want negotiations to happen and the military operations to stop. I mean, that was from a press briefing on March 3rd. Let's see. In their latest one, in the Chinese Foreign Ministry's latest press conference, which I guess was today, China said Lebanon's sovereignty and security should not be violated. Civilians and their property must be protected. They want de-escalation in Lebanon. China also said today, we hope all relevant parties will take this temporary ceasefire agreement as an opportunity to resolve disputes through political and diplomatic means and put an end to the conflict. They want an end to the conflict, they say. Thanks also to Tim Robbins, who gave 5 memberships. That's so nice of you, Tim Robbins. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Also, Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you for your support. Thank you so much, Nashinas26, for your support. Nashinas thinks that Melania showed up out of nowhere today to talk to change the subject from the war because Trump wants to change the subject. That's what Nashinas thinks. Thank you, Nashinas. Thanks, 31 Rowan. Thanks, Stephen Bryanez. Thanks, I Am Charlie. Will Trump be live? He's not supposed to be live tonight, if that's what you're asking about. I don't know if he'll go live, if the White House will go live, show him at UFC or not, where he's supposed to be Saturday night. Where did our sound go from the video? Just quiet, I think. Do we lose the sound in the video? No, it's playing. Just quiet. Am I going to have to time somebody out again? Am I going to have to time somebody out again? For posting fake news? Can't find it now. Oh, I found it. Timed out. By the way, memberships, I just want to thank again our viewer, Cece2412, gave 10 people memberships. It's so nice of you. Thank you. Thanks to Least Trustworthy Weasel as well. Thank you, Cece. I did see some report about NATO earlier today. What was this? Can I find it for you? Yes. So I'd heard this. I don't know what to make of this. NATO's Ruta tells allies Trump wants Strait of Hormuz pledges within days, diplomats say. So I'm going to pull up this video here. Reuters says that, let's go. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has told European governments that President Trump wants concrete commitments within days to help secure the Strait of Hormuz, diplomats said on Thursday, as the alliance faces U.S. threats to leave. Rutte, known in Europe as a Trump whisperer, is working to defuse a crisis after Trump said he was considering withdrawing from NATO, arguing that European allies have relied on U.S. security guarantees while providing inadequate support for the U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign in Iran. 3 diplomats told Reuters that Rutte, who met with the U.S. president at the White House on Wednesday, conveyed Trump's demands to European countries. European leaders are now under pressure to show they are quickly making tangible plans to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't know, what are they going to do beyond what the U.S. would do? Like send ships and stuff? I don't know. Multiple European allies have said they're willing to send help in the Strait of Hormuz, but only once there's a durable cessation of hostilities and an agreement with Iran that their ships will not be attacked. I also don't know if these other countries can meaningfully do more. I mean, the U.S. has such military superiority now anyway. Let me play this. Haroon says he wants to drag everyone into the war. Kufengren says NATO is a defensive alliance. He can clean up his own created problems in the Middle East. I have a video here to show you of... Is this it? No, that's not it. Sorry. Oh, a little gunfiring in Beirut. Here is a video of Mark about that story from Reuters that I was just telling you about. There is Mark Rutte. Let's watch this about... Oops, we were going to watch it. Let's try it again. Let's watch this again about NATO, but I need a second here. Let's try this again. Shall we? There we go. Let's see this Reuters video right now. I'll temporarily turn down this volume here. There. Here we go. Let's check this out. Where is it?
Help, obviously, NATO is there.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte on Thursday said that some alliance members were initially a bit slow to provide assistance to the U.S. and Iran.
In fairness, they were also a bit surprised.
But he added there is now a, quote, massive amount of support, including basing and logistics. The comments come a day after his White House meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump, who has criticized European allies in recent weeks for what he said was inadequate support. Diplomats who spoke to Reuters said Rutte told European governments that Trump wants concrete commitments within days to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Rutte is also working to defuse a crisis after Trump said he was considering withdrawing from the 32-member transatlantic alliance. On Thursday, a senior White House official told Reuters that Trump has discussed with advisors the option of removing some U.S. troops from Europe. The official, who requested anonymity to discuss internal deliberations, said no decision has been made, and the White House has not directed the Pentagon to draw up concrete plans for a troop reduction on the continent. European leaders are now under pressure to show they are quickly making tangible plans to help secure the Strait of Hormuz.
This alliance is not whistling past the graveyard, as you would say in the United States. Allies recognize, and I recognize, we are in a period of profound change in the transatlantic alliance. Europe is assuming a greater and fairer share of the task of providing for its conventional defense.
Multiple European allies have said they're willing to help in the Strait of Hormuz, but only once the situation is less hostile and an agreement with Iran is made that their ships will not be attacked.
If NATO can help, obviously NATO is.
So that's an update about the NATO situation. Get the volume back on here. Thanks to Life Spaces Builders Corp. Thank you for being a member. checking for some updates here. We do not know if the negotiations are going to happen between the U.S. and Iran on Saturday. Iran state media reported tonight that Iran would not show up to the negotiations if there is no ceasefire involving Lebanon, and if if Israel doesn't agree to stop attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. So will there even be negotiations? Bloomberg says that Netanyahu has firmly opposed renewed diplomacy to end the broader conflict with Iran. Again, there's this question of whether was the ceasefire originally, did it originally include Lebanon? Bloomberg claims that Trump told Netanyahu only shortly before the deal was announced that Lebanon was included. There's this question of, did Netanyahu break the ceasefire terms? Did the ceasefire include Lebanon? Did Netanyahu do that and then launch these big attacks on Hezbollah and Lebanon the next day anyway? Some people believe that Netanyahu was trying to wreck the ceasefire. I don't know. As we discussed earlier, CBS News today claimed that Trump had been told the ceasefire would apply to Lebanon, but they say the U.S. position, CBS News says the U.S. position shifted following a phone call between Netanyahu and Trump. Our viewer said, Dylan Decker says, Vance said it wasn't part of the ceasefire. Trump is telling Israel it is. Well, maybe he did. So is it or not? We do not know. We do not know. David Bates says Iran was bombing Israel after the ceasefire began. I mean, there was that initial period after where Iran launched some things at Israel initially. Some missiles initially. They haven't, though, now. I mean, the last missile alert from Iran, while Iran reportedly has been launching things at places like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, the last missile alert, I mean, it was probably close to, 48 hours ago in Israel. I'm looking it up. Yeah, I think it was over 48 hours ago was the last missile alert in Israel from Iran. Over 48 hours. I have to eat something soon. That's what I have to do. That's what I have to do. I will. I'm gonna take 5 minutes soon and put something in the air fryer. We're going to keep the stream going, though. I'm going to keep the stream going for a while. Why don't I take 5 minutes right now? I'll take 5 minutes. Yeah, one of the viewers says, "Didn't you eat yesterday?" That's basically the chat attitude. One of the viewers said that Shin, who I follow, said that there were a couple of explosions heard in Tehran. Shin had reported about some explosions heard in Iran yesterday and never really found out what happened. So Shin, who I follow, one of our viewers mentioned, thanks for mentioning this, said that there were 2 blasts heard in Tehran. I haven't seen anything else about this, though, at this point. Let me see what, if we hear anything else. Nothing in Iranian media that I've seen. It would be big news if there were airstrikes in Iran, but I'm not here. That's nothing confirmed about that in the moment. At the moment. The Knight's Palace says it would be huge. But again, yesterday there were some reports claiming explosions in Iran, and I never heard any kind of reliable reports that there were actually strikes. Oh, I'm hearing a plane. I hear a plane. Flying overhead on the Beirut cam. Shin claims that there's a 4th blast in Tehran. So again, Shin, who covers Tehran, who covers Iran stuff, claims that there are reports of 4 blasts in Tehran. Now, I haven't. Vahid Online. Did Vahid Online say anything? Vahid Online is reporting this as well. But Vahid said this in the last few minutes. Vahid Online says there are reports of several explosions in Tehran. So, are there explosions happening in Tehran right now? I'm going to actually post this. Unconfirmed reports of explosions in Tehran in recent minutes from via @Vahid. Vahid shares reports on Telegram, also has an X account too, that he says he gets from Iran. I have not seen anything yet in Iranian media about explosions in Iran. And these reports were all in around between 4:20 and 4:25, so about between 5 and 10 minutes ago. Pepe says gas leaks. Look, certainly there could be explosion sounds in Iran caused by domestic situations, domestic events. Doesn't have to be an airstrike. We'll have to see what we hear. I'm looking for more reports. I have not seen any of the reports of it. Nothing in Iranian media that I've seen. No more information about some reported explosions heard in Iran in recent minutes that I've seen. Nothing from Iranian media. Spook says media blackout? I don't know. Shin posted, it's not just my people. Vahid's audience are also reporting blasts from eastern/northeastern Tehran. Again, maybe there was some gas explosion in Iran and people heard it, and that's what it was. Again, I haven't heard anything about airstrikes. I haven't seen anything posted by their media. Thank you to Michael Hughes, our member. Thank you, Michael. Also, T. Dadge, our member. Thank you. I'll give it a couple minutes. I'm going to, at a certain point, I'm going to take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. But I just want to see if I can get you any more information on this. There's not seeing anything. Is there any chance that, President Trump has expressed his... We lost the Tel Aviv feed for the moment, so give me a moment here. No. Wait, now I'm confused. Oh, okay. Let's hold off on the Tel Aviv feed. Where is it here? So President Trump has been talking today, expressing his displeasure with how Iran has not opened the Strait of Hormuz. Posted multiple times. For example, when he said... Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. And he also said today, there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. Is there any chance that President Trump in the coming days would just, without announcing the ceasefire was over, would just take some military action in Iran, like strike something and say, look, we warned you that the ceasefire requires you to open up the strait, and you haven't done it. So if you don't want more of this, then do it. Some people say no, some yes. Oh, hold on. Shin reports 2 more less strong blasts in Tehran. Shin just posted that. 2 more less strong blasts in Tehran. Some of you are saying yes. Some of you are saying no. I guess my point is, one of our viewers said he did it before in the middle of talks. My point is, he wouldn't have to announce the ceasefire is over before taking some other action, because he is on record as saying that the ceasefire requires the strait to be open. And I just showed you his warnings from today. Something to keep in mind. Hold on a second here. I need to do something here. Keep in mind. Oops, I'm hearing two of myself. I don't know what to make of the reports of some blasts in Tehran. What can I say? Shin now says Shin says in recent minutes there have been 5 more blasts heard in Tehran. That's according to Shin. Okay, so who reports stuff coming out of Iran? Let's see if Vahid reports anything else coming out of Iran. Is something going on in Iran? We're hearing unconfirmed reports of blasts in Iran. I mean, Shin and Vahid normally are pretty reliable. I mean, they don't post garbage all the time, just to post it. See what else we hear, if anything. Ryan DT, thank you, says a lot of C-17s traveling from Ramstein to and from the Middle East today. Resupplies for more action soon. So I'm not aware. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know enough about it to know if there were more than usual. I mean, you know, I can't speak as to whether there's like lots of normal resupply flights. So look, certainly the U.S. has not pulled out forces from the region. So, you know, huge military presence by the U.S. there. Maybe they're moving more in. I'm not sure. We do not know if there's going to be more U.S. attacks on Iran. It's a good question. Sorry, but so your specific point about the flight radar stuff, I mean, that's not, I don't observe flight radar closely enough to be able to compare today to other days, but I don't think it's a crazy thought to think that in the future, I mean, President Trump has said that that they have to open the strait, you know, for example. Thank you so much, Ryan DT39. Appreciate it. Also, Crypto King, thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Thanks for your support. Well, guys, I've heard nothing else so far about the supposed sounds of explosions in Tehran. Jason Santoro says, whatever happened to the Supreme Leader's body? I don't know what happened to the Supreme Leader's body. It's a good question. I honestly don't know. I don't know if there was some announcement about it or not. Did they have a funeral? I'm not aware that there's been any kind of like big public funeral or anything, so. BBC had written in early March that Iran had postponed the funeral as the U.S. continued and Israel continued the strikes. It's a good question, but Pixie Lou claims the body is in coma and no funeral yet? James said they marched today in Tehran to celebrate his life. The first chance they have had, apparently. Is that true? I didn't see that. I am seeing, yes. Well, I'm seeing... I think I might have had video access of that at some point. India today said Iranians took to the streets in Tehran and across the country to mark the 40th day memorial since the supreme leader died. They had some footage of it from, looks like from state TV. Okay. Shin says, look, I don't know what to make of this, okay? Here's what Shin says. Again, Shin is not somebody who's posting garbage all the time. So I certainly see Shin as is Shin perfect? I don't know, but I don't know that anybody is. Oops. But, you know, I certainly consider Shin somebody I look at and as a reliable indicator about what might be going on in Iran. And Shin just said, more blasts right now in Tehran. AA sound is audible and no jet activity. So Shin is claiming from reports Shin is getting that there's anti-aircraft, that there's no jet activity. So there might be something going on there right now. You can follow Shin at hey_it's my turn. You can follow Shin if you'd like. So I don't know what to tell you. Vahid Online is another account that posts reports from Iran and said that some people had heard a little while ago some explosions there. So, but normally Shin would not repeatedly post about explosions if there were not something actually going on to cause people to hear such explosions. So is something going on right now? Yeah, one of our viewers said, True Supporter says U.S. drone or missile attack possible. Yeah, I mean, if there's no jets and there are blasts and there's anti-aircraft sound, maybe there is some sort of attack going on. But nothing in Iranian media. Sometimes Iranian state media will say that explosions were heard. Nothing... I've seen nothing from Iranian media saying that there are explosions heard. I'm waiting to see if Vahid posts again. We shall see. We shall see. Odd situation right now, with some unconfirmed reports of explosions in Iran, in Tehran, but no confirmation, no reports in Iranian state media. PW360 says any chance the U.S. is doing a landing operation for the nuclear sites or Karg Island. Well, I don't know why you'd, I mean, Karg Island is in southern Iran and Tehran is in northern Iran. So, and I don't know why you'd be hearing explosions in Tehran for these things. That doesn't really make much sense to me. And the nuclear sites thing is not a small little raid. I mean, we've talked about that, where we've read articles talking about what a huge operation that would be, going to excavate nuclear material. You'd need to have planes fly in heavy equipment, you know, and to dig and excavate. But yeah, Karg Island is down here and Tehran is up here. So yeah, I don't see any reason why any kind of explosions in Tehran would be connected to those things. I mean, I don't know, but thanks PW360 for writing in. I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't shock me. I was just saying this. If out of the blue we heard about some sort of attack in Iran, like I said, President Trump has repeatedly complained today publicly that Iran is not doing what they said they would do, that they're not opening up the strait. He's posted about it multiple times today. Our viewer, Jono, says, I'm sure it would be reported if it were an attack. Yeah, I agree that we'd eventually hear something, but I could see a world in which, if there is some sort of attack in Iran, that the government would want to wait and kind of figure out what was going on before saying anything. But I haven't seen anything else about it. It's quite confusing. The Aussie Seed says they never were going to open it. It is almost 5 a.m. Iran time, by the way. Thanks so much to Casa, who says the price of excellence is eternal vigilance. Thank you, Casa, for your support. Yeah, one of the viewers mentioned, hold on a second here. When is this? That's a long time ago. No, I don't even see it. When is this? One of the viewers mentioned that in like that EMSC says there was a 4.7 earthquake in Iran like a half an hour ago. Iran is very seismically active. There's many earthquakes there. So, and if it's not a natural earthquake, that'll be known pretty quick. And I've heard no kind of reporting that there was some kind of unnatural earthquake there. Wikipedia says Iran is one of the most seismically active countries in the world, being crossed by several major faults that cover at least 90% of the territory. As a result, earthquakes in Iran occur often. Thanks to the viewer, though, for mentioning it. I appreciate it. Huh, this is interesting. Look at this is an interesting report. Where is this? If I can find it. Where is that from? In an article today, the Wall Street Journal said that where is this? The Wall Street Journal said President Xi hopes to use the summit with Trump coming up in March to begin shifting U.S. policy toward China's view that the democratically run island Taiwan is a breakaway province that should reunite with the mainland. I mean, it's not surprising that he'd want to do that, but it's interesting. I have no updates on unconfirmed sounds of explosions heard in Iran at the moment. So I am going to keep an eye on this. But I'm going to take 5 minutes and I'm going to put some food in the air fryer because I have not heard any more updates. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. One moment. There's also this thing. Where's this? Nope, nothing. Thank you to Cornman for becoming a member. Thanks, Cornman. All right, so give me about 5 minutes. I am keeping an eye on everything. About 5 minutes I need. We're going to keep live coverage going. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. Keeping an eye on everything here. See if what develops. Oopsie, that's too big. Move that a little bit. All right, I'm coming back in about 5 minutes. Hang tight, and we will continue our live coverage. Sorry, that took a couple minutes longer than I thought it would. I am making some food right now. I am making some food. Hey, thanks to Benny Hill. Thanks, Benny Hill. Benny Hill says, I think the Iranians said, get off my lawn. Thank you. Thank you also, Vapeco, for the membership. Very nice of you. Thanks, Duchess Terra Reyes Arnor from the UK. She says, good time to try to be a duck as the USA is down. Good time to be a duck. I'm not sure I interpreted that right from what Duchess said. Also, hey, huge thanks to our moderators who are here as we do our live coverage. Leslie Ladyhawk and Roberts Mayqueen are there right now. Thank you. And also, we have I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us over on X. K. Lowry Body. Paul Anderson on Facebook. Hold on. And Andrea Holder over there moderating. Thank you. Oopsie. Oh, I missed it before. Thanks to Jackie Glassman, Susan Priest-Buchner, Sophie Carretta, and Bob Smith for the Facebook stars. That's very nice of them. Also, thanks for subscribing, Barry Eisler, Brian Davio. Thank you, Diane Allworth. Hang on here. I want to shout out our YouTube members too. Juliana Martin, thanks for subscribing. I need about 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds. Hold on. I have not heard anything more about any kind of explosions in Iran. Nothing. There were some unconfirmed reports of explosions heard in Iran. I have not seen anything more about it. Nothing. Nothing from Iranian media. So I don't know what to tell you about that. I would think if it was some kind of attack, we would hear more by now, but you never know. You never know. I'm going to keep an eye out for it. The Artemis landing isn't it tomorrow? Artemis landing is Friday night. Friday night, Artemis splashdown. So we'll be doing some coverage of that. Thanks to our members like Red Girl, Enigmatic MF, Patricia Grace, Todd USA, Telomere, Marisol Del Valle, Gregory Scherer, Duchess Terra Ray's Armor, Firejack, Benny Hill, Anti-Antifa, thanks for being members, JD63, Red Girl, CAC, Bunker Buster, Harley Mom, Daniel Fletcher, Skip, Sloppy Joe, The XO, Enigmatic MF turned off, Rico Boy, Val Cargo, Daniel Fletcher. Thank you, YouTube members. Latte Lynn, Knights Palace, This Is How We Do It, Salvation for Israel, Hammakey, Hamake, Just Ducky, Jesse James, Chucky T. Plague, Paula Faust, Truth WSYF. Look at all those members. Thank you so much. Sarcasm BTC, Dennis Fletcher, Michael Avery, Lady Puttycat, Telomere, Haruna Q, Heather Lee, H. Schwartz, Sinful Clam Chris N. Thank you. German Shepherd Girl Taylor. Michael Deemer. Michael thinks there might be unexploded munitions being removed in Iran. Also, Diver Patty gave 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Diver Patty. It is 5:22 in Iran, 4:52 in Israel. Fabian thinks the ceasefire is over. I need about 15 more seconds. Give me 15 more seconds. Someone asked about merch. Yes, there is merch. The mods will post the link to the merch in the chat. So what's going to happen in a couple minutes is I'm making some food here, and I'm going to eat my food, not on the air. But while I'm eating, I will be keeping an eye on everything. And if something big happens while I'm eating, I will drop my fork and come rushing in here. Otherwise, I'll come back after I eat, and we'll continue. So the stream will continue. To repeat, President Trump has complained a couple times today about the Strait of Hormuz. He has said Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not doing a poor job, dishonorable some would say, of allowing oil to go. Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have, President Donald J. Trump, meaning they are not allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And also, he said there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. So he is expressing his dissatisfaction with the lack of opening up of the strait. About 4 ships went through yesterday. About 8 ships went through today, and nowhere near the 130 or so that usually goes through. Also, there are reports that Iran is making ships pay to go through, and also, as I mentioned before, the Wall Street Journal today reported that all of the ships that went through were moving cargo to Iran. Bloomberg also said that all the ships had some connection to Iran as well. So this is not an open Strait of Hormuz. Hectate says at least he gave it a chance. Harley Mom says, how can so many world leaders be on so many different pages? Oh, and just a reminder, in case you didn't hear, Iran said in multiple state media outlets that the Iranian negotiators are not showing up for the talks on Saturday unless there is a ceasefire including Israel, a ceasefire including Lebanon, and Israel stops its attacks on Hezbollah. So I don't even know if there's going to be talks on Saturday. J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner all going to Pakistan for these talks. We don't know if Iran's going to be there. All right, I'm just about to go eat. I got to eat. I have to. It will not be a good scene if I don't eat. High Beef said, who would want to talk with them? All right, so I will certainly be keeping an eye on things as I eat, believe me. All right, so let me go and eat. I'm going to leave the stream on. I will be paying attention. And I'll leave. Oh, in terms of why is the Tel Aviv cam not working? Oh, no, Tel Aviv is back. The Tel Aviv cam is back. However, maybe I'll just leave the Beirut cameras up because I don't think you're going to see anything on the Tel Aviv camera. So I think I might just leave the 2 Beirut cameras up for you. How about that? Why don't we do that? All right. All right, so hang tight. I'm going to eat. I'm coming back, and if something urgent happens, we'll be back sooner, and I'll see you in a little. Oh, did I thank everybody I needed to thank? Did I only thanks to people? Hold on, before I run away. Before I run away and eat. I owe a thanks to Oxytropis on Twitch. I didn't thank Oxytropis. Need to do that. And Summer Breeze for the membership on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, going to eat. I'll keep an eye on this. I'll see you in a few minutes. Oh, I got to put the sign up that says I'm taking a meal break. I didn't do that. Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. What did I just do? I don't know what I did. Nope, I think we did it right. There. Okay. See you in a few. Thank you for your patience. We are back. It's getting light out. Look, it's getting light there in Beirut. By the way, quick thanks to Nelly756 and also John Turpin for the memberships. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. We're bringing you the latest updates. I was keeping an eye on things. Didn't see anything that seemed super huge while I was away, but our viewer 586 Smoking Joe Weed says Israel won't stop, period. So I'm just checking a couple things here. So what is going to happen with the ceasefire? We're now on day 2. It's a 2-week ceasefire. Supposedly negotiations are going to start on Saturday, but Iran said in state media tonight it is not showing up for negotiations on Saturday unless there is a ceasefire involving Lebanon and Israel stops attacking Hezbollah. I don't know that that's going to happen. So we're not even sure negotiations will start on Saturday. And, every day, my understanding is that every day that goes by, the oil situation for the world will be worse because there is less oil being produced and sent out into the world than previously, because oil can't go through the Strait of Hormuz. There was some oil that was excess oil floating around on ships, or just excess oil, strategic reserves. That'll get used up. So my understanding is that as we go forward, the shortage will be more and more deeply felt. I don't know if President Trump will want to wait 2 weeks if there's no progress. Also, remember, we told you that Saudi Arabia announced today that its pipeline was damaged in an apparent Iranian attack, although they didn't specify. But their key east-west pipeline was damaged, and now that's the pipeline they use to get oil out of the country right now. And they pipe the oil to a port on the Red Sea. They said 700. A pumping station on the pipeline was hit, and about 700,000 barrels worth of pumping power was lost. So that pipeline is now pumping 700,000 barrels a day less than it used to. And also they said 2 of their oil production facilities had been hit, and between them, they are producing, that's a loss of 600,000 barrels per day. So if you add that up, that's 1.3 million barrels per day. I think the total exported oil, isn't total exported oil around 40 million barrels a day? So it seems to me like the situation is getting worse. Yeah, oil exports are about 40 million barrels per day. And there's already a deficit of around 11 million barrels from the Strait of Hormuz closure. Because some of it's been made up for other places, but I mean, experts have said it again and again that what's going to happen eventually is there will not be enough oil to supply all the uses of oil. So the world will need to use less oil. Spectre EH, I don't know. You asked about Russian oil being taken offline. That's an interesting point with Ukraine is hitting different oil facilities in Russia. But I don't know that that's a sudden thing. So certainly Russia's oil facilities have been hit by Ukraine. But I don't know to what degree that's suddenly changing the export level. It's a good question. Don Coe said, President Trump today said increased oil will be flowing quickly. Well, what he means is that the strait is going to be open. That's what President Trump said today. He says the strait's going to be open soon. But we'll have to see. I mean, he has said that before. He said, very quickly you'll see oil start flowing with or without the help of Iran. I mean, that to me is when he's talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Hey, we have a live shot from Islamabad, Pakistan. Hey guys, let's look at Islamabad, Pakistan for a second, where the talks are going to be, the supposed talks, if they happen this weekend. Look, it's Islamabad, Pakistan. Oops, why is that so bright? Hold on. We want... That is Islamabad, Pakistan. There it is. That's Islamabad. That's not Beirut and Tel Aviv. Just so you can see it. I'm not going to leave it up there that long. Islamabad, Pakistan. All right. LCS Fox says uncredible. Now let's go back to Beirut. No, there's no reports of strikes there. I just wanted to show you the video that we had. My point is, though, each day that goes by, As I understand it, each day that goes by without the strait opening up, makes the oil situation worse. It doesn't just stay the same, it gets worse. I was reading something about this tonight in the Financial Times had an article where former energy advisor to former President Joe Biden, Amos Hochstein, says, if this continues for a few more days, we can see the market deciding that the straits are closed indefinitely, which could lead not only to an increase in price, but to crisis in Asia. Also, some people have said, well, why aren't the oil futures prices up more? But the oil went down a bunch when the ceasefire was announced, and it seemed like people were assuming, okay, well, now this is getting close to over. But what if people in the oil market decide, wait a second, it doesn't seem like this is now close to ending? Ken RS says shipping charges already went up on my online selling platforms. Midtown Mike thinks it'll go up soon. Yeah, it has gone up a bit from when it went down, as one of our viewers just said. WTI crude had gone from like 117 all the way down to, went down to about 93 or something, but now it's at 98 or so. Thanks to Chatty2041. Chatty thinks in D.C. the billionaires are meeting and discussing energy lockdowns right now. Thank you, Chatty. I appreciate that. One of our viewers mentioned the Pakistan defense minister, who was sharply critical on a social media post of Israel. A lot of controversy over his post today. Hold on. Khawaja Asif. Uh-oh. We got to go to the other. We'll do the other view right now. I don't know if we'll get that one back. We should get it back. For now, let me put that up there. I was trying to find you the... Oh, no, it came back. It's back. Where's that post? Oh, did the post get deleted? It looks like the post isn't there anymore. I think the Pakistan defense minister might have deleted his post. According to Jerusalem Post, he said in his post things like evil in Israel is evil and a curse for humanity, and also he hopes its founders will burn in hell. He also called Israel cancerous. He wrote on X, Israel is evil and a curse for humanity while peace talks are underway in Islamabad. Genocide is being committed in Lebanon. And he also wrote, according to TRT World, I hope and pray people who created this cancerous state on Palestinian land to get rid of European Jews burn in hell. So that was generating a bunch of controversy today. That was the Pakistani defense minister on X today. Jamie replied to me on X saying, President Trump is in the same spot he was weeks ago. He either takes the Strait of Hormuz or loses a war in the eyes of the world. Alex Jones posted tonight. Remember, President Trump today posted a post very critical of Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And here is what Alex Jones posted a couple hours ago. I have made it very clear that I no longer support Trump, and I'm very thankful to him for making it clear that I have nothing to do with him. The new Trump is a rotting husk of the old Trump. I hope 47 enjoys Mark Levin being his spirit animal. Do says it's getting nasty. Bonk no thonk says drama. Candace Owens, in response to Trump's post, said, "It may be time to put Grandpa up in a home." Savage Beastie thinks the party is over? I don't know that I want to read the whole thing again, but if you missed it, President Trump posted a long post critical of some right-wing media personalities. He said, "I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they can get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. And he was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist." Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now fake news, CNN, the failing New York Times, and other radical left news organizations are hailing them, giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength, and not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. And these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because in the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. That's what he posted today. By the way, thanks to Haley Girl. Thank you so much, Haley Girl. And also thank you to Tim Robbins. Tim thinks the cowardly Gulf states refuse to retaliate against Iranian missile and drone attacks. That's what Tim said. Dolly Clark says they helped get him elected. That's what our viewer Dolly said. Helene says they were his best buddies not long ago. Thank you also, Inked Patriot Queen. I think they got to adjust the, this camera probably needs to adjust itself. Do I have the brightness turned up on this one? Oh, I got to reset. There we go. Sorry, I had the brightness turned up too high in the other one. There are the two cameras. It is 6:41 Iran time Friday. What is the Pakistan time? Let's see. (8:12) Pakistan time. Thank you, Gregory Scherer, for the memberships. I appreciate that, Gregory. Thank you. And Macro Geek for the memberships. Thank you. Make sure you thank Gregory or Macro Geek or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you so much. Macro Geek 2, and Gregory Scherer. Thank you. Also, Haruna Q. Haruna Q, we already discussed that about 15 minutes ago, so rewind. We did a whole discussion of it. Thank you, Haruna Q. Also, Roy Boys Outdoors. Thank you, Roy Boys Outdoors. Much appreciated. And Corn Boozer. No attacks. Since we've been on the air, the only thing we've heard about since we've been on the air is there was one, I believe at least one missile launched from Hezbollah in Lebanon into Israel, which reportedly landed in an open area. And then there's been one or two like drone alerts or rocket alerts in northern Israel. That's it. No missile attacks from Iran in over 2 days. We already played the Melania Trump announcement. We talked about that earlier. We did a whole segment on it. Thank you, Haruniku, by the way. I was looking at an article by the Atlantic Council, and Victoria Taylor of the Atlantic Council said that the control of the Strait of Hormuz is a lever that Iran will be loath to give up, and which is now likely to be one of the primary elements of Tehran's deterrence. The idea would be like people wouldn't want to attack them because they then close the strait again. This is in the future. Oops, I didn't have the headline up. Thank you to Libby Smalls over there for the membership. What is going to happen next? Sorry, I'm yawning a bit. I'm just checking some different outlets here. I don't know what time the negotiations are supposed to begin on tomorrow. Again, we don't even know for sure that Iran's showing up. I haven't seen an official announcement about it. How big a deal is it that Trump is now apparently splitting from Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones and Candace Owens? Who did I leave out? I mean, there's Marjorie Taylor Greene, but we knew that. I forgot. Who was it? Somebody will say it in the chat. Megyn Kelly. And Megyn Kelly being critical of them all. Very, his post on them had a lot of very personal insults, too. Hey, thanks so much to Y Chin. Y Chin, that's so kind of you. I really appreciate your support for the channel, all your support. Y Chin, thank you, Y. Much appreciated. Hold on a second here. Here's what Dan Scavino said last night. This is interesting. Our viewer just mentioned this. Evie1973. Thank you, Evie, for your support, too. Here is what Dan Scavino, assistant to the president, posted last night. Hold on. Oopsie, that didn't work. Let's try this one more time. Here is what Dan Scavino, again, assistant to President Trump, posted last night. He said, there are many dedicated people in government who could leave tomorrow and earn hundreds, if not tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars a month as so-called influencers on social media, but they choose to serve the American people instead, while the so-called influencers talk blank all day long and get paid big money for clicks and impressions. We see you. It's an interesting post from Dan Scavino. I don't believe there's been any strikes in Beirut tonight since we've been on the air. What's going to happen if by like the end of the weekend there's no progress in negotiations? I mean, I don't. Who knows what's going to happen? But like, are we going to get negotiation updates every day for 10 days or something? Knight's Palace says folks here will begin to rage about gas prices. Camera moving around. The camera is moving. The camera is moving. Brandon's Bergenshaft says, I feel more lost every day. The Economist, in an article, I think from today about the war, yes, they said, The Economist, that Roger Pielke of American Enterprise Institute estimates the war has been costing a typical American family $400 a month by making fuel and fertilizer more expensive, among other things. Our viewer David Griffin thinks the lagging effect on the world economy will be felt for months. No, The Economist is not super liberal. I disagree with that. Not at all. Thank you, Tingley24, by the way. Thank you, Tingley, for being a member. Our viewer Kyle Hamill says, I think things are going to get much worse before they get better. Michelle Batten also thinks things are going to get worse before they get better. David says Brent crude spot price broke records today. I was looking at an article about that. The Financial Times said North Sea immediate delivery oil prices set an all-time record. This is oil that you're not buying the futures to be able to buy it in the future. You're buying it now. Forties blend North Sea oil hit about $147 a barrel Thursday. Physical barrels are trading far higher above the futures. Brent oil is the Brent oil number you see quoted. The price is for technically for delivery in June. But people are bidding up the price of oil that you need right now. Oil you can take delivery of right now. That price has gone up. 40s blend is a marker for oil for immediate delivery. It's almost $147 a barrel now, says Financial Times. Jason Nelson says, what leverage does Trump have other than sending in troops? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know what's going to get. I mean, you can imagine a world. I can't imagine he would offer this. But you can imagine it for Trump saying, in exchange, Iran, for you doing X, Y, and Z, like we'll lift all the sanctions and we'll give you payments. I mean, there's things he could say, but he won't realistically say. But yeah, I mean, I don't see why at this point Iran's going to rush to make the Strait of Hormuz free again. Strait of Hormuz open again. Thank you, Taindoro. So it's a bit stuffed for me to. I kind of have to stay in this position while we're broadcasting. It's for technical reasons. It'd be tough to stand up here with the setup here. Maybe one day we'll have a set where I can stand up. Thanks, Taindoro. I need about I just need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Oopsie. Give me 1 minute. I'll come right back. Our viewer Steve God says, I hope oil prices continue to go up. Maybe people will realize renewable energy is the way to go. Thank you so much to John Cornyn. I really appreciate that. John Cornyn, thank you, John. And Jesse James 0990, thanks for the membership. And John Cornyn, thanks for being a member. Also, Evie 1973, thank you. And Who Shot JR? Thanks for your support, Who Shot JR? The Institute for the Study of War today said, this is at understandingwar.org, Iran is taking several steps to try to exert control over maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, which have the net effect of keeping oil prices high. Iran likely aims to use high oil prices to exert economic pressure on the United States and extract concessions from the U.S. during negotiations. And this was interesting. They mentioned this that we talked about yesterday. Iran put out this new map yesterday. It said, these are the routes that you should travel, boats, if you go through the Strait of Hormuz. And they point out that the Iranian Ports and Maritime Organization published a graphic yesterday instructing ships to follow designated entry and exit routes in coordination with the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy to transit the strait. These routes move international maritime traffic north into Iranian-controlled waters. The graphic warns that ships risk hitting mines outside of these routes. Oh, did Mojtaba Khamenei issue a new statement today? I didn't even see that. Oh, he did. So this is from the Supreme Leader, supposedly. This is his X account. Mojtaba. Is it Mojtaba? I can't even remember. I think it's Mojtaba Khamenei. He said, with our entire being, we have hope in Imam Mahdi's special supplications for a decisive triumph over the enemy, both in negotiations and on the battlefield. We pray that both our adversaries and us will witness the miraculous effect of all those prayers very soon, God willing. Fine. He says here, we will definitely take the management of the Strait of Hormuz to a new phase. And he said, we will certainly demand full reparations for all damages caused, as well as blood money for the martyrs and compensation for the war's wounded. Wow. He also says, we're still waiting for an appropriate response from you, our southern neighbors, so that we may demonstrate our brotherhood and goodwill to you. This will not be realized unless you renounce the arrogant powers who miss no opportunity to humiliate and exploit you. Now, what is that about? Does he mean, I think he means countries like Kuwait and Qatar and Bahrain, right? Gulf countries. I mean, they are southern neighbors. He's telling the Gulf, other Gulf countries, renounce the arrogant powers, so we may demonstrate our brotherhood and goodwill to you. He says, I say to Iran's southern neighbors, you are witnessing a miracle. So observe closely, understand matters correctly, stand on the right side, and be distrustful of the false promises of the devils. You, the heroic nation of Iran, are the definite victors in this battlefield. All right, so that's some of his comments today. Kenneth Cunningham says power plant in Bridge Day will come as a surprise next time. Bluesy Girl says he is posting, Moshtaba is posting propaganda. DNox XQC thinks after the 2-week ceasefire there will be a season 2 of the war. Hey, thanks to Mark Grenfell. Mark says, hi from Perth, Australia. This is crazy. Another day of uncertainty. This war is completely unfair to all. Yeah, I think thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. You know, Mark is certainly, I think, right about uncertainty. We don't know from day to day, like, so there's going to be negotiations tomorrow or not? Might President Trump give up on negotiations and say they're not going anywhere? It could be any time now. I mean, he's already complained a couple times today that about the Iran not opening up the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know what's going to happen from day to day. Who might Iran target from day to day? Remember, we have said, though, the markets close for the weekend tomorrow, for whatever that's worth. Michael Lewis thinks power plant and bridge works right around the corner. The market closes tomorrow for the weekend. After when it closes at the end of the day, and then it's closed for the weekend. That's what I was saying with both stocks and oil. Whew. Hey, we're getting close to the end of what week? Gosh, I can't even remember. Week 6? Are we getting close to the end of week 6? Because it began on the 28th, and then there's 31 days in March. That's 39, and then 9 days is 48. No. Now I'm confusing myself. My math is all screwed up. No, the 28th and 31 is 32 and 9 is 41. Yes, in another day or so, we're going to be at week 7 of the war. Starting at Saturday around 1 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to go into week 7 of the war. Week 7. Wow. We're on week 6. Yes? The Knight's Palace says yes, week 6. Parallel University thinks the 2-week ceasefire gives the U.S. time to restock weapons, leading to a major push. I was going to, by the way, I forgot to post the link to the Institute for the Study of War report that I quoted earlier. When does Congress have to vote? Well, we'll see how they vote. There's the War Powers Resolution, which says that the president has 60 days to get congressional approval for military action. But there's also another 30 days built in. Something like he can get an extra 30 days if he attests that, how does it work? That they needed to safely bring the troops home, basically. Also, I don't know that Congress is going to do anything about it. It means the Congress has to declare war or give the president an extension for the troops to legally be fighting for longer than 60 days. But there's an extra 30 days to bring them home too. So, yeah. So, I mean, Space Turkey says Trump doesn't listen to anyone anyways. So, I don't know that anyone would make him follow. I mean, I'm assuming in some kind of situation like this, if the troops were away for longer than 60 days, I mean, President Trump could be technically in violation of the War Powers Resolution. But ultimately, I'm guessing it would be up to Congress to enforce it. And I don't know that they would do such a thing. That's a good question. How is it enforced? It's not like you're going to send like police to physically put troops in a plane and bring them back home. Uh-oh. If they switch they switched the broadcast on me. They switched it on me. All right, hold on. Let's get this one up. Oh, this is interesting. I was just looking up on AI and seeing. I was looking up on AI. This is a good point. That in theory, Congress could enforce the War Powers Resolution by blocking funding. So if it got long enough that the president was supposed to bring the troops home and the president didn't bring troops home, Congress could, say, pass a bill blocking funding. But yeah, I mean, what in theory happens is that if it goes long enough, if it went past the 60-day deadline and the 90-day deadline, then there would be more political pressure on President Trump to bring them home if he was in violation of that act. In theory, I don't know. But hey, thank you, TE88PFCR, who says Afghanistan much. That's really generous of you, TE88. That's very nice of you. Thanks for all your support for the channel. And also, Chris M. We've been asked this question about whether the ceasefire would reset the 60 days. We actually talked about this a bunch last night. Remember, the War Powers Resolution says the president has 60 days to get congressional approval, or he has to bring the troops home, although he gets an extra 30 days, basically, to bring them home. But would it reset if there's a ceasefire? So without getting into, I know we've done some research on it, and the general impression I get is the general feeling is no, it would not reset it, but it's a debated legal question and it could end up in the courts. I'm not a legal expert, but that's from my bit of reading on this. The sense I get is most people think it would not reset, but it might have to go get tested in court. Thank you very much to Chris M. Thank you also, VapeCo1. I really appreciate it. VapeCo1. Thank you for your support. Vapeco says, I'd say the same thing about Trump if he were a Democrat, would you? Thank you also. Feeling the future with geometry. I'll have to check my messages. I don't know that I got anything feeling the future with geometry. Oh. I'll have to look into that later. Feeling the future thinks that U.S. oil is guaranteed to hit $186 and $300 given our current trajectory. This implies a much larger war. So again, feeling the future thinks there's going to be a news event. That's what feeling the future thinks. And thinks oil's going to hit $300. You can ask Feeling the Future about it in the chat if you want. Thank you so much, Feeling the Future with Geometry. Bruce Brindley thinks Feeling the Future is being a panicant. Feeling the Future is pretty confident in his beliefs. Reuters says that the War Powers Resolution says a president can only involve the military in an armed conflict when Congress has declared war or provided specific authority or in response to an attack. The War Powers measure requires unauthorized military actions to be terminated within 60 days without congressional approval. But again, they can basically get 30 more days. We'll see. Maybe in a few weeks. Maybe in a few weeks it'll become a bigger issue. If the troops aren't home yet, if they're still there. Daniel Lombard said, what time did negotiations start? Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I said I don't know. I don't have a time. We mentioned before, some people wrote to me about Kuwait. We talked about that before. Kuwait said it was attacked with, drones today? But Kuwait and Saudi Arabia have both reported getting attacked in the last couple days after the ceasefire. Oh, we have a view of Islamabad. View of Islamabad ahead of U.S.-Iran talks. Let me show you what Islamabad looks like ahead of U.S.-Iran talks. There is Islamabad, Pakistan. Why did I have Tel Aviv? It said to, I've had it like for hours. It said Beirut and Tel Aviv, but it was just Beirut because I eventually, because I just took down the Tel Aviv. Sorry, it was just my fault. We've had 2 Beirut cameras, but I said Beirut 2 in Tel Aviv. I never changed it when I took down the Tel Aviv camera. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. I just realized it said Beirut and Tel Aviv, which it clearly was not. Hey, it's Islamabad. We don't usually have an Islamabad live stream. By the way, here is Islamabad up here. See, it says Islamabad. There's Iran, Pakistan, Islamabad. Yeah, it did seem like somebody went the wrong way on the highway before. I don't know what was up with that. Yeah, a lot of people on motorcycles or scooters or whatever. We're going to go back to Beirut. We'll go back to Beirut now. But I wanted to show you the Islamabad live shot. We'll go on a little while longer. Go on for a little while longer tonight. Maybe there'll be a camera tomorrow outside the negotiation place. If they actually end up negotiating, which we don't know if that'll happen. Ooh, what's here? Oh, I have another Islamabad live shot. Oh my gosh. Let's go back to Islamabad again. I have another live shot. Bonus shot from Islamabad. Oh my gosh, it's Islamabad again. So from what I've read, they have a big security presence there because of the negotiations. So that might be what you're seeing. Look, it says Islamabad on the truck. It said Islamabad police. How about that? All right, so I wanted to show a little of that shot. Crankin says they're flying through the checkpoint. No, they don't really seem to be. It says checkpoint on the sign, but they don't seem to be really checking right now. Oh, in the other shot, I'm sorry. In the other Islamabad shot, we can see that famous mosque in Islamabad. Hold on. This was the, where is it here? Right There. That's in the distance, that's that famous mosque. Hold on. Now, why is that still up there? Hold on. Oh, I see. Wait, now I'm confused. Oh, I see. Sorry. What is going on here? Why do I have two things? What is this one? Ah. So, that's the famous mosque in Islamabad. It is that's the Faisal Mosque, right? Yes, the Faisal Mosque is the national mosque of Pakistan in Islamabad. It's the 6th largest mosque in the world, says Wikipedia. It features a contemporary design consisting of 8 sides of concrete shell and is inspired by the design of a typical Bedouin tent. It is a major tourist attraction in Pakistan. But that is it in the back there. Thank you to DTEX 1836. K per 4 Life says lots of motorbikes. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. On the other shot, too. A lot of motorbikes on the other shot. We have so much video from Islamabad. Since when do we get this much video from Islamabad? Never. Scotty says, Islama good. Thank you so much to Billy Cusack. Billy says Islamabad looks like Daytona Beach during bike week. There are a bunch of bikes there. Scottish Bell says bikes are cheaper to run. I just read on AI. Gemini claims that in Pakistan, two-wheeled vehicles like motorcycles and scooters are significantly more popular than cars, largely due to economic factors and urban density. Motorcycles outnumber cars by a staggering margin. Recent data shows a bike-to-car ratio of nearly 8-1. Also, there's many electric scooters. Someone mentioned the flight radar. Oh, hold on. We got it where the camera's moving. The camera is moving. The number one tracked plane on Flight Radar 24 looks like an Iraqi civilian airliner, Iraqi Airways, going to Istanbul. Thank you, Motivational Living, by the way. Guys, I think maybe we're getting close to that time. I think maybe we're getting close. I don't have big updates for you right now. We're waiting to see how it happens. I can always, it's a marathon, not a sprint, said X1011. So we can always come back on tonight if there's some kind of huge developments. But I think maybe it might not be the worst idea to maybe we'll do the end with the Islamabad video still on. Why don't we do that? No, where is it? We don't want this one. We want the now what? We don't want that. We don't want this one. There we go. Leave that up. Hey, I really appreciate you guys joining for the broadcast. I don't know what time the scheduled meeting is on Saturday in Istanbul. It's a good question. I do not know. But if it happens, we'll see. Iran had said earlier today that it was not showing up if there was no ceasefire in Lebanon. But anyways, I really appreciate you guys being here. And I'll try to get on a little earlier tomorrow than I got on today, but we'll see what happens. Hold on. By the way, our viewer J. Ross Murphy said, maybe Melania is worried about Pam Bondi revealing some info in the fire. Maybe Melania is worried about Pam Bondi revealing some info in the files now that she was fired? That's what J. Ross Murphy said. I just saw Jay's message right now. Sorry. Sometimes I don't see these things till later. I try to keep up. All right, let's do this. Let's start wrapping this up. Let's start wrapping this up. Again, so thank you for being here. We'll have more coverage. Tomorrow, I think we're going to be doing double coverage of the war and the return home of the Artemis II crew. They are supposed to splash down, I believe, at 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. So I hope you can join us tomorrow for our, I anticipate it'll be double coverage. I really appreciate people writing in and sharing their thoughts. We got to read a lot of comments today from the viewers and sending me news updates and posting in the chat. So thanks for participating, those who did that. And more coverage to come. If you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. Agenda Free TV. And I will be posting news on my X account. You can follow me over there if you want, at Lookner, for breaking news coverage, at Lookner, when I'm not on the air. Oh, turn the notifications on. You know, you never know when we're going to have to come on the air to cover breaking news. But we have our own notification system. It works great. Up, I see somebody at the checkpoint. Hold on. Look, it's somebody at the checkpoint. We have our own notifications system where you can sign up once for free, and then you could get notifications every time when we go live, before we go on the air, so you don't miss a live stream. So sign up for that. It's easy to sign up. It's free. And the mods will post a link to the sign up for the notifications. Also, you can find the notification sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. By the way, I noticed one other post from Alex Jones. As we had talked about tonight, President Trump posted on Truth Social, very critical of some right-wing media figures like Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones and Candace Owens and someone else who I can't remember. I forget who the fourth one is off the top of my head. But Alex Jones tonight, here. He said, It's a preview. It's a post with a video on it. It says Alex Jones responds to President Trump's unprecedented attack against him and almost every other original MAGA supporter. We hope and pray that President Trump wakes up from the mind control spell that the never Trumper neocons and Netanyahu have put him under. Megyn Kelly was the other one, right? As disciple Donna said. Anyways. Hey, big thanks to our moderators. They are awesome. I so appreciate our moderators being here with us. Thank you so much. Keeping the chat respectful, allowing us to have chat rooms where we can have people with different views talk and share them and discuss things. So, hey, Ruth is over there, late night on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth, and all of our other moderators who have been here tonight on YouTube. Thank you so much. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body. We have had Paul Anderson. Thank you. Andrea Holder, Margaret Riley. Huge thanks to all of our Facebook mods. Shannon Davis Hughes. Thank you. And also on Twitch, all of our moderators there, such as I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and our other Twitch moderators, all of our other Twitch moderators, thank you. And also Linda Bell, Clary, Misha moderate for us on X. Huge thank you to all of our moderators. And thanks so much to everybody who supported the channel tonight. Very kind of you. That is what allows the channel to exist, is your support. And really appreciate it. Did I thank everybody? Oh, Stefan Shahing. Stefan Shahing, thanks for the membership, Stefan. And Dagon O. Thanks, Dagon O, for being a member too. And everybody else I thanked earlier, like TE88 and Lewis R. and all of our other supporters. Really nice of you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And Rare Forma, thanks for being a member. As we look at Islamabad, Pakistan, wow. Bonus video coverage of Islamabad. Oh, what happened here? Oh, there was a rocket alert. I missed this. Was there? Looks like there was a rocket alert. Well, there's one rocket alert in the north right now. I assume this is from a Lebanon rocket. But it looked like there was maybe one a few minutes ago. But I didn't see everybody shouting at me in the chat. Oh, wait. Was there a big one? No, it was just a small one. Just a small one. I'm sorry. I thought I was confused. I mean, there were not lots of rocket alerts all over. All right, but now I lost my train of thought. Oh, I would suggest another good way to tell when we're live is to follow. If you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live, give you a heads up in advance, post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. And we do have a chat on Discord where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's a free viewer chat. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link, the Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Thanks so much to our Discord mods who help us out over on Discord. Really appreciate them too. Hey, also, if you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. And if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, which is another way to find out when we're live. That can help you figure out when we're live. All you got to do is subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, just make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. I want to shout out, yes, as Ruth says, ring the bell and click all. I want to shout out our Twitch subscribers. I appreciate them. Wall Street and Shaggy, for example. CJB the Dispatcher, Matthew Kohai 3, Mr. Mac, Midtown Mike, Crankin, I Got That Fire, Gina Pina, Alperer, Ma Florida, let's see. Shraki, thanks for being a subscriber. Deborah McDonald, 1958, thanks for being a subscriber. VLV3166, Canadian Till the End VO, Crankin, Yosh TG, thank you for subscribing. And all of our other subscribers over there on Twitch, I Got That Fire, thank you. And our Facebook subscribers as well, like Robert Rial II and Martha Crawford, Brian Davio, thank you, Brian. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thanks for subscribing. Diane Allworth, Juliana Martin, thank you. Also, hey, thanks to Holy Toads, who says blood pressure up over Iran's crap. Thank you so much, Holy Toads. Hope you can relax a bit, not get too stressed out, at least for the moment. Thank you, Holy Toads. That's very nice of you. And also, hey, our YouTube members, thanks so much to all of our YouTube members. Miss Marisol DeValley, Inked Patriot Queen, Skaza Montana, Pasta Sauce, Hugh Crummond, Wes Downer, Platinum Dose, Crypto King Cac, thank you. Barry, Danny G, Patricia Grace, Haruna Q, Dr. McRib, Kiwi Girl. Did I say Crypto King? It doesn't matter. I'll say it again. Evelyn in Maine. Jesse James, Joseph S.A., Gregory Scherer, and Big Texas Vance, JD63, Sloppy Joe, Raiderette Simpson. Thank you. Barry69, thank you. Really appreciate all of our YouTube members and everybody else, and all of our other YouTube members and everybody else for tuning in. Thank you so much. Thanks Magna Carta for watching. Martha, Leah L. Hawk Goes, thanks for watching. N. Dot. Little Nerd Dork, thank you. My Mind Spray. Perny, thanks for watching. Oh, hearing two of me. Paula Thompson, thanks. Melissa Terry, thanks for watching. Michelle Batten, thanks for watching. Thanks everybody for watching. Romina, Judy Fishow. All right, I'm going to do one last check here. Again, if there's something huge, we can always come back on the air. We can always do another stream. All right, I think it is our time. I think it is our time. By the way, I didn't even see this before, but just to mention it, about a half hour ago, Al Jazeera said that Israel was carrying out airstrikes in southern Lebanon. All right, guys, that is it. We're wrapping this up as we look at Islamabad, the site, if it happens, of tomorrow's negotiations. That is it right now. Thank you again for watching. More coverage soon, and tomorrow night we'll have some more coverage, but also we'll have splashdown of the Artemis crew coverage. I hope we see you there. That's it for now. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.